pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so we have a chance for public comment before we go on to anything else. So if there's anybody here that would like to take a chance for public comment, we'd like to invite that. Hearing none, we're going to move on to a roll call of the members. Go ahead.
Sarah Kaler,
Ryan Swarzig.
Jessica Rowe.
Sue Segura.
All right, let's proceed with a verification of the posting of the agenda.
Pam Moore, for the record, the agenda was posted on August 30th between the hours of 9 and 11 at the locations listed on the agenda in accordance with statutes.
And now we can entertain consideration and possible action of the approval of the agenda as submitted or revised. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move to approve the agenda as submitted and revised, as submitted.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any, let's call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Hearing no opposed, let's move on to new business.
Madam Chair, while he's coming up, please be sure that you use your microphones, and you'll need to move them a little closer because people are having a hard time hearing.
Thank you, Pam. I'll move my microphone closer to my face. All right, so our first order of new business is introductory comments and training from HR and the District Attorney's Office regarding interviews and the interview process for the Churchill County Library Director position. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Chris Bross, Churchill County Assistant County Manager and HR Director. Mr. Weed and myself are going to kind of tag team as we go through this. I'm going to handle some of the HR stuff, and Jeff will handle some of the legal stuff as it is associated with the interviews today. So just to circle back, we advertised for this position. We received, I want to say, 9 or 11 applications. Carol Lloyd and myself went through those applications, and based on education and qualifications, we shortlisted that down to 5 people. We interviewed those 5 people via Zoom with a set of questions, I don't want to say generic, but questions that we have had in the past for the library director from HR. And from that, we shortlisted and recommended 3, which those 3 you will see today. We put together a set of questions for the board. Those questions were comprised of several different avenues. The first was, some of the questions are the same as the questions that we asked during interview number 1. We felt it was important for the board to be able to ask those questions and receive those answers. The second were received from the public. We received 1 set of questions from the public. We reviewed those. Some of those questions were very similar to what we already had, both in the first interview and the second interview. So we utilized some. Some we put into the interview questions, and then others, basically for the function of time, we eliminated some of those questions. Basically, we now have 17 questions to ask with several follow-ups. If you add them all together, including the follow-ups, it's about 22 questions. Those questions are in your packet. They were on the blue sheet, and I just want to kind of quickly talk about what is in your packet, and then you guys can ask me some questions if you have any questions regarding what's in there. On the left side of the packet, you have 3 pages. You have a yellow one, a goldenrod, and a white. The yellow page is what we call prohibited topics. Those are things we do not talk about during the interview, and Jeff will elaborate a little bit more on that. The goldenrod paper that we have is our candidate rating guide. In the packet, you will have a rating sheet for every one of the applicants. This is the guide that will be used when you fill out that rating sheet. And basically what we have is we rate all candidates in different categories in a rating of 1 to 5. 5 being superior, the candidate responses demonstrate possession of substantial knowledge and ability. Performance is anticipated to be clearly and consistently far above adequate. No training or assistance is needed in this area. Number 4, that would be a strong. Candidates' responses demonstrate knowledge and ability which is stronger than necessary for adequate performance. Performance is anticipated to be consistently at least adequate and frequently better than adequate. The third is adequate. The candidates' responses demonstrate an adequate breadth of knowledge and ability. Areas of weakness will likely be balanced by area of strength. With routine training and supervision, weaknesses will not be a problem and the candidate will likely perform adequately. 2 is weak. Many aspects of the candidate's responses are adequate. However, significant weakness in performance can be expected. These deficiencies can likely be addressed through training and assistance. Close monitoring of performance will be necessary initially. Definite improvements will be needed for adequate performance. And then finally, 1, which is inadequate. Responses are so poor as to make it unlikely the candidate can do the job adequately. Candidate does not demonstrate the level of knowledge and the ability necessary to attain adequate performance within a reasonable time period. So those are the 5 different values that you can assign as we go through the rating guide, for each individual applicant, and we will do that here momentarily. Then also on the left side is the schedule. You have the schedule in the agenda, but this just kind of memorializes this is what we send out to the candidates so they know what time they are scheduled for. Then on the right side of each one of the applications, the very first thing that you have is the job bulletin. That is what was used to advertise for the position. That is what was posted on the Churchill County website. It was also posted on the ALA website and the Nevada Library Association website. So just for information more than anything else, we had 1 application on the ALA website and none on the Nevada State website. So although sometimes it's good to go out and try to harvest resumes from other places, it didn't pan out this time. So we only had the 1 application, and that application did not make it to the first interview. After that, you have, bear with me, you have the interview questions. That's on the blue sheet. Those questions are assigned to individual trustees. There was no rhyme or reason behind that. Typically, when we do an interview within the county, we will try to have particular people with a certain set of skills ask questions that relate to that set of skills. In this case, we just kind of balance the questions out amongst the 4 of you. You have each person's application. The application, that was what was submitted. There are some very generic questions that are on the back of those applications. Those are only as part of the application process. Those were not questions asked in the interview or questions that you're going to ask. They're just kind of generic questions that we have when people submit their application. It kind of shows, it gauges the interest somebody has in a position when they have to, in 300 words, explain this, this, this. So it really gauges whether somebody has an interest in the position or if they're just firing applications at whatever might be out there. So it's important we have that. We do review those when we get ready to set the initial interviews, but really the interview questions are what we're after. And then you have the interview rating sheet. That is a goldenrod that is two-sided. Please be aware, I've had some people, and I never put over on the bottom of the first sheet, and I'm finding that I probably should. It's two-sided, and those are basically the categories that you're evaluating. And as you can see, those are the ratings 1 through 5, adequate through superior. You can certainly go in and put in your notes, but that rating criteria that I went through, this is where this is going to be divvied up. And then I've also given you a couple of sheets of loose leaf paper where you can make your notes for deliberation and discussion after the interviews are done. Yes?
I haven't.
We have 3 interviews, and now I'm getting into a realm that everybody knows, but we have 3 interviews. Currently, the interim director, Carol Lloyd, has all 3 applicants with her. They are touring the library for 2 reasons. Number 1, so that the applicants can, see the environment they're going to be working in. But number 2, so we can have this conversation here and speak freely without having to worry about the applicants sitting behind us. We can have this kind of discussion. If you guys have questions, I think it's best we hear that before the applicants are here. So we kind of have this hour and a half to answer any questions that you have. And with that, Jeff, do you want to go ahead and talk about the good stuff?
I don't even think I'm second fiddle. I'm about 4th or 5th here, so I'll try to keep mine brief. But I do have a question, Chris. On the interviews, each question is designated to a certain trustee. The introduction, is that going to be done by the chair? That first little section up there, A, B, C, D?
That's a good point. I thought about this morning as I was printing out some additional questions. Typically, in a county interview setting, that little verbiage you have up at the top, those first 4, is usually done by the person that is spearheading that interview, whether it's the department head or whether it's HR. In this case, I would be more than happy to go through those 4 items and what it is. It is the introduction of the board. And then it's kind of, the interview is going to last about 75 minutes. There's 17 questions. Some have multiple parts. It's the explanation of the interview. And then I'm going to say, the members of the board will be taking notes to assist in the evaluation process. I can do that. I don't have a problem doing that if you would like. It kind of sets the tone, and then I can kick it to the board to start asking the questions. Chairperson Rowe, if you would like to do that, that's fine as well. Whichever way you want to do that is fine with me.
I'm glad Jeff asked that question because that was one of the procedural questions that I had too. I'm perfectly comfortable introducing the mechanism of the interview and the board if that's fine, but if you're walking in and introducing the candidate to us, I think I could take it from there.
Okay.
Honestly, I think that should be just fine.
Thanks, Jeff.
We've talked as we've kind of gone over the process that we're going to be going through today, that this is done in an open meeting, and it's a very unique process and a difficult process. There's challenges to it. One being you get the interview questions today. Obviously, there's an opportunity to talk with Carol and Chris as they compiled those questions, but everything you say, everything you think out loud is recorded, right? It's on the record, and it's going to exist for time and all eternity. It's going to be out there. And so it's just something to keep in mind as you're going through interviews. When we talk to people, when we interview people, we're interested in them. We want to know they're going to be running the library. We have lots of questions about them, and we care both professionally and personally. We kind of want to know who they are. And so we ask things like, are you married? Do you have kids? We want to know all about people, and those are good things to know in our personal lives. But when we are going through interviews, those are inappropriate things to ask. And Chris referenced this prohibited topics and employment decision-making. I think it's on the left side of your your folder, binder, whatever you want to call it, packet that you have in front of you. And it gives the basics. Obviously, the questions that are pre-planned are vetted for appropriateness, and so they don't contain anything that's going to violate these topics. And, generally we're talking about, race, color, religion, sex, national origin, all those protected classes that we are all very familiar with. And so there are some follow-up questions, and the board can ask follow-up questions of your own, right? If Ryan's asking the question and Jessica has a follow-up question, that can be asked. Again, we're in an open meeting, and we need to be careful about those follow-up questions. Sometimes we want to ask something, and we think we want to know what we want to know, and we ask in an inappropriate way. Kind of the classic example is we want someone with experience, and we ask, well, how old are you? You look pretty young. And we all know what we want to know from that question, but there are better ways to ask that, such as, well, how long have you been working in libraries? What's your experience? That's really what we're going for. And so if there is going to be a follow-up question, again, I would recommend stick to the questions that are there in the packet. They're appropriate, they're vetted. But if there is a follow-up question, which can happen, just remember that. Think about it before you speak it. Make sure that it's appropriate and you're honing in on exactly what you want to know. But not just in kind of a normal everyday conversation, but in an interview setting. Some things to keep in mind. I guess any questions about that so far? Some things to keep in mind at the end of the interviews. As you go through the interviews, there's going to be a little bit of time in between each one. My advice is to not discuss among the board, even on the record, how the interview went, what you think about the candidate. Get all the information you can, and then at the end, when it's time to discuss it. Because it'll be tempting after to say, oh, that went well, or that didn't go well, or whatever your thoughts may be. A little off-the-cuff remark. Those come to us, right? But again, we're on the record. We're proceeding through this. We're trying to evaluate all the candidates appropriately and fairly and at the same time. And so after each interview, I think we've planned a little bit of a break in between each. But just, keep it to yourself, take your notes, evaluate it internally, and then when the time comes to discuss it after all the candidates, that would be the time to discuss that. But when that time comes, there's a couple things to consider. One is, how is the offer going to be extended? Who's going to extend that offer? When is the start date going to be? And what is the pay going to be? Right? Those are things I think that are important that may not be known today, right? Because you're going to interview the candidates, they're going to leave, or they might sit in the back and listen to the deliberation that the board has. But you're not going to know, well, when are you available to start? What day can you go? They got to put in their notice. They got to tie things up on there, and they got to do some things. So there's going to be an overlap with Carol on her way out. Is there going to be some time there where they're going to be working together and learning and those kind of things? And then, well, what are they willing to accept for pay, right? Is it step one, right? In the county, you have a certain grade, and I don't have it in front of me. There's the range. You start step one and you go all the way up to step 13. And so obviously there's all those steps in between. Right now, I think the library budget is up to step 2. Is that accurate?
That's correct. The previous library director had surpassed that 1-year mark and would have been at a step 2. So that's where the budget is right now. When it was put together, that was anticipated that step 2 would be, and that would be a little bit over, 2.5% more than $90,000 a year.
Yeah.
So,
and I think I did put in the packet under the discussion section. I think I put each step and I just pulled it from the county's list that they have, but it has each step. And so, who's going to negotiate with the candidate? Are you going to, authorize Chris from HR to talk with the candidate, extend the offer, negotiate the starting step, is whether it's step 1 or step 2. If it's going to go above step 2, you'll probably have to go back to the Board of County Commissioners just for authorization for the funding for it. This board hires, right, and does that. But again, the budget currently has up to step 2, and so if Chris is authorized by the board to go and negotiate, and they say, well, I'm not starting at anything other than step 10. That may be something the board wants to discuss and say, hey, we're willing to go above. We authorize Chris to to negotiate that, but if it's going to be above step 2, he needs to go and get, that budgetary permission. Yeah.
So in the school district, a step is each year, and we bring in, we bring in each year that we've taught. That's not the way in the county?
Well, it could be. I mean, the steps exist and they can be hired at any step depending on whatever criteria the board wants to implement, whether it's, well, you've been working for 10 years, we'd like to start you at step 10. Right, that can be done, but again, the library budget is only budgeted up to step 2 at this point, just because that's what the last director was there. And so it can be done any step, but I think to go back before the Board of County Commissioners, say, hey, it had been budgeted step 2, we want, just authorization to hire at step 13, whatever step it is. And so it can be done that way. It's not built in automatically, and Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not built in automatically. So it's up to the board. You hire, you make that offer, and so however the board wants to address that, or whatever criteria the board wants to, how bad do you want someone to be here, or, are you willing to say, well, we're going to hire you at step 1. If you don't want step 1, we're going to ask our second candidate to come in and see if they're going to take the job. So however the board wants to do that. And so there's just those considerations. So again, if, Chris goes and he negotiates and asks, hey, here's our first candidate, here's who we want. And they say, I'm not coming in anything less than step 13, which is 120 some odd thousand. And the board says, we're not going to authorize, that kind of step. Well, who's our step 2 candidate? We're also going to authorize Chris to go and talk to the second person that we'd want to see if they'd be willing to take a lower salary. And so those are some things to consider. And they're things that the board probably isn't going to know today. And so there's going to have to be some trust, I'd imagine, on whoever's authorized by the board. Again, I advise probably Chris is the person for that, as the HR director. But to be able to go and negotiate those kind of detailed things after you select who you want. And so you'll probably also want to select a tier of candidates. Who's our first choice, who's our second, who's our third. So in the event that the first candidate, either negotiations break down, or they just kind of have second thoughts and say, well, and I kind of like where I'm at, and I didn't like the interview, so I don't want to take the job. Then we don't have to come back and have a second run at it and authorize for an offer to the second candidate. Any questions on that?
Just to make sure that I'm understanding the advice that you're giving us here, what we are working towards today after interviewing the candidates sounds like it will be a ranked tier of candidates. Will make preference known. In that ranking, we will authorize HR to do the negotiations for that, including the negotiations of a mutually beneficial start date for us and the candidates, with the idea that we'd like that to be as soon as feasible for them and us, and that we are authorizing or considering and authorizing HR to do some of that salary negotiation for us. That gives them enough leeway that they need to act on what we do today, right?
That's accurate. And the board can set whatever limits it wants, right? It could say, we want someone to start within 2 weeks. If they can't, we don't want them, right? Or, well, we, go negotiate it, see when they can start. And, if it's within the next 6 months, we're fine. I mean, you can set whatever parameters there. Sue? Yeah, sorry.
Chris, have you done background checks on all 3?
Background checks are not done until the person is offered the position. And then the job offer is contingent on the results of the background check. They've all signed the paperwork to be able to do the background check, but we don't until the person is selected.
Thank you.
So, and that's a good question, because that's another consideration. If background check's done, there's things that come back, criminal history, whatever it may be, that Chris views and says, hey, this isn't an appropriate, position for this individual. Does Chris have the authority to kind of just move on to the next person, right? Instead of, again, if we want to come back before the board, then we've got to agendize it. We got to, have a special meeting, come back before the board, and that's going to take at least 3 or 4 or 5 days. And by then, candidates, they want to know, and then, it just prolongs the process. So those are just some things as you're making the final decision. How much do you want to come back or not come back? My advice is don't come back and just make those decisions today. Give Chris some parameters on what exactly you want to see in negotiations, again, for all the things we've talked about. Otherwise, yeah, we're back here and we've got to, post those things, and it's going to prolong that process.
Do we make that decision this morning, or is that towards the end, at the end?
I think you can make it at the end. I mean, I guess however the board wants to, but it's agendized for later. And so interview all the candidates, get all the information, discuss. I would probably select who you want and then discuss the details of, okay, how do we go about getting the offer to this person, and what is the offer going to look like, or the negotiations going to look like with them. Then at least you know everything. Yes, Sue?
How frank and open do you want us to be in the open discussion this afternoon about the candidate?
I mean, as open and honest as you need to be. We've talked previous. Sorry, did you have a?
I was just going to say, I mean, I think you have to have those frank conversations amongst yourselves. Be mindful, even in your conversations, your deliberation, what the prohibited topics are, because, I really like her, but I think she's a little old. We don't want to, we can't hear that, so have that conversation, be as honest and as upfront as you need to be able to help you make your decision. Just be mindful of those topics.
Okay, thank you.
No, that's perfect. And I was just to add to that, there are certain requirements when we're talking about someone's character and their qualifications, but those requirements to notify them don't apply when it's an interview, right? And so you can come and you can talk about those kind of things. You can be open and frank, but again, I really like Chris's advice about just be aware of those topics, because again, that's where it just kind of comes out. And it may not mean what we're thinking it means, but we're saying it, so.
And we really don't have any idea of whether candidates are going to stick around or not. We don't know if the third candidate is going to come in and listen to interviews 1 and 2. We don't know if they're all going to wait around and sit in the back and listen for the deliberation. So it's not just talking, deliberating about the candidates. It's also what is said and heard by the public. So we just want to be mindful of that.
I think one of the things that I have taken from previous interview experience, and as a new member of the board, relatively new in all of this, one of the things that we are doing as we interview the candidates is they are also interviewing us, as is the public. So as we approach the topic with professionality, we are instilling them with confidence that we can be good partners and good employers for them. And so I think that while I absolutely agree with Sue that we need to have the frank conversations that we need to have, I am hearing the gentleness with which you're giving us that advice to try to keep it grounded in qualifications and characteristics rather than grounded in some of these other things that could cross the line of professionality as well. And I think that there's plenty that we can work with here to have that conversation as needed.
Any other questions? Okay. I don't think I have anything else, Chris, if you have anything more.
Any questions for me? Then I'm good as well.
Okay. And obviously, I'll be here throughout the whole meeting. So if anything comes up, even in the middle of an interview, feel free to ask. Obviously, the goal is to ask each candidate the same interview questions and test them on their qualifications the same way. And so, again, the questions have been vetted and prepared by those that you entrusted with Carol and Chris. And so just stick to the script, I guess. Yeah, Sari.
So stick to the script. I totally get that. But one of the things is communication. Mm-hmm. We are rating them on communication. And I want to make sure I stick to the script, but if a candidate says something that, oh, well, I can ask this further question, am I allowed to do that, or no, it's just stick to the script and that's it?
Yeah, I mean, you can ask a follow-up question It's, I guess, make sure it's really important.
Really important, okay.
No, but it can be done, right? You're not computers and robots, right? You're people, and you're assessing and evaluating. And I'll turn it over to Chris too if he has any further stuff on this. But those follow-up questions can be asked. There's some that are built in to the interview questions, and so. But again, that's when we ad lib, we start to have a little bit more potential danger creep in, and so just be careful.
Chris,
Well-
but if we ask a follow-up question that's not here, it needs to be asked to all three applicants. Is that not correct?
I wouldn't say it does. And the only reason I say that is the follow-up, it may not be an applicable follow-up question. If somebody has made a statement and you go, well, that really intrigues me, I wonder, okay, why or how? If that next person doesn't put themselves or put you in that same position, it's just going to kind of seem like a question coming out of nowhere. So really, follow-up questions are fine. I just want to say a couple of things. We are, and we do this when we interview at the county, we kind of stick to a timeline. This is a pretty important position. If we're off a few minutes here and there, I don't think anybody's going to be too concerned. But that was my biggest concern about, kind of continual follow-up questions, that it just keeps going and going. I guess ultimately, the biggest concern that we have with regards to or I guess I have, I don't want to speak for Jeff, is we don't want to be in a situation where a follow-up question is asked and a person is offered the job and a person that didn't get offered the job says, you know what, I didn't get asked that question, and this would have helped me explain something. And so I think that's why we're so focused on that script, is you're trying to evaluate three people based on all the same questions. But honestly, if there's a question that is really kind of, niggling in the back saying, I really want to know this, you can certainly do that. But we're trying to keep that script so, with this being public, that there's no perception of any impropriety or anything like that when it comes, or favoritism or anything like that when it comes to asking the questions.
So Chris, let me get this right. So if there is a follow-up question, it should be on the topic of the question.
That's correct, because to me, that's what a follow-up question is. I have posed a question, you have given me an answer, and that has created another question based on that answer with regards to this subject.
Okay.
And Chris had mentioned the timeline, the agenda. I don't have it in front of me, but it has something of the effect of, the times here are approximate, and they may change, based on how interviews go. So, obviously there's the hour and 15-minute scheduled. If it's less or if it's more, that's fine. Don't sweat too much about it.
I have one question about just procedure. Do you want us to turn in our note sheets, use the paper that you have provided, and then turn that all back in when we're done? Do you need to see these packets returned to you?
Yes, so
Okay.
once the interviews are done, we take all the packets back, so we have all the information, we have all your notes, we have all your rating guides, and we do that to make sure that we have followed the procedure like we need to follow, and we have done the scoring the way we need to do the scoring. And obviously, you will want your packet as you're deliberating. You've taken notes, and you want to review those notes, and you want to have that conversation. But if you're going to task me with having any sort of negotiating ability, I'm going to want to have these packets as well. And so typically, after every interview is done, we collect the packets back from the interviewee, in the interview panel, so we have all the information.
Thank you.
So to my former fellow board members, don't write anything down that you don't want everybody to know about.
Do we have any other questions for our team here Any other need for advice?
I will be here as well throughout. I think, you know, when this is all wrapped up and the deliberations starts, I'm sure there's going to be some questions. Well, you know, how do we do this? Can we? But throughout the process, I'll be here and I can answer any questions. I'm going to sit over there, so you'll have to call me up. But I'll be happy to answer any questions. But I'm going to try to stay out of it. At this point, my job is done until you tell me otherwise.
One other thing that came to mind, if I may. Obviously, we have public comment at the beginning and the end of the meeting. If the board would like, you could take public comment after you do the interviews, deliberate, and before you take action, if you wanted to open it up to public comment to hear if anyone has any, you know, comments after the interviews and those kind of things. But that can be done after you have your discussion and before you take action, if you'd like.
Are you guys done telling us what we need? Okay. Is there any way, I know they get done with tour at 10, can we put, you know, kick that first interview up to 10:15? Because that's 45 minutes almost.
It can be. Again, the agenda, I think it's up there for the board to see, says that they can run ahead or behind a time. I think my advice would be on the first one to keep it where it is. I know you guys have schedules and things to get to, but I'd probably keep that at 10:30 just because that's when they're planning
So
on being
do you
here, but-
recommend we all leave and come back at 10:30?
Yeah, I think there was a discussion previously that there would be a potential recess at this point.
Okay.
And then the board would come back and reconvene at 10:30, however the board wants to do that. But there's no issue with taking a recess and then coming back.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments that we need to address? I would entertain a motion for a recess as advised until 10:30 or 10:20 when we need to prepare ourselves to meet the first candidate.
I'd like to make a recommendation that we adjourn and come back at 10:25.
And just, it wouldn't be an adjournment, it would just be a recess.
Oh, just a
for the
recess?
record,
Okay,
yeah.
recess.
Thank you.
I know what those are.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, everybody, we are at 10:27, and it is time to reconvene from our recess and continue with our new business. For the record, we have present Sari Kohler, Ryan Swirzek, myself, Jessica Rowe, and Sue Segura as trustees. We will begin with the interview at 10:30 as written, and Chris will start us off with that.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chris Ross, Churchill County Assistant County Manager and HR Director. So interview number one is Kathy Thorson. Kathy comes to us from the Mojave County Library, where she has been the Library Services Manager since June of 2019. I would like to introduce the board before we get started. Our chairperson is Jessica Rowe. Our vice chair is Ryan Swirzek. Our secretary is Sari Kohler, and our trustee member is Sue Segura. And with that, I will step aside.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome in, Kathy. So the procedure of the interview will go as follows. The interview will last about 75 minutes or so, and there are 17 questions, some of which may have multiple parts. You should gauge the amount of time spent in response to each question accordingly. The board will be asking questions which will be addressed to all the candidates, so you are being evaluated on the same information. The members of the board will be taking notes to assist in the evaluation process, so if our eyes kind of slide, that's what we're doing. And I have the first question, so let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Excellent.
Fire away.
Excellent. So we hope your tour and discussion this morning has given you a feel for this position and its requirements. We want to start off by asking you, why did you want to apply for this position?
My husband and I want to retire in Nevada, so we wanted to get established, find a place, figure out where the best part of Nevada would be, so that's why I applied. I'm not leaving a job that I don't like or dislike. I truly do enjoy my work in Mojave County. We're not retiring yet, but we're getting close, and so it'd be nice to be established before we retire.
Excellent. And I do have a follow-up on this. What are your goals in the next 5 to 10 years? Where do you see yourself?
In Nevada. I lived in Laughlin for 3 years while I ran Bullhead City branch, and I just loved the feel of Nevada. And we could pretty much go anywhere we wanted to. So Nevada is our top choice of where we would like to be. So 3 to 5 years from now, I see myself being here. I'm not close to retirement, but it's nice to get all that stuff figured out before you retire. So I see myself here. I see us here.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If you could sum up your managerial style into a few words, what would they be?
I lead by example, and I don't make decisions emotionally. I think I'm very fair. I'm very transparent. I think if I can make it easier for someone else to do their job and they need to know it, or I need to share something with them, as long as it's not, personal or anything, I think that's the most important piece is communication. I think I'm very good at that.
Okay, I have a follow-up question also. What techniques do you use to maintain and/or improve employee morale?
That's a really good question. I think that because I lead by example, that shows them that I believe in the work that we do, and I believe in how we support each other. And so if I can make it easier for them, I will. If we need to have hard conversations, we can have those, like that's part of the job. But I think that setting folks up for success is much better than beating them down all the time. So I really like to roll in with a good attitude and let's see what we can get done today, and let's just move forward, and let's not dwell in the past, kind of. That's the way I roll.
Thank you.
I have your next question. Utilizing your past experiences and insights, how do you envision creating shared value between the library and supportive community organizations?
I'd like to say outreach is my jam, and community engagement is probably one of the things I do best. So I don't take no for an answer. So I knock on that door, and I knock again, and I knock again until we can get in and do a partnership or be a part of something. I think the library needs to be a part of the community, not separate from the community. So I think the whole staff needs to work at being welcoming when they come in the building and just developing those relationships.
Sorry. Why is programming important to library services?
Why is programming important? Oh my gosh, it's kind of the bread and butter of what we do. We can have all the really cool stuff, but if we don't share it with people or we don't expose them to it, the stuff just kind of sits. So I think programming is extremely important, and I'm really good at programming, to be honest with you. I have developed many programs over the years, and they're still, even though I'm not in Nebraska anymore, they're still running those programs. So a solid program is better than 100 different things that didn't work. So I think solid programming is really important for a library, but I also think we need to look at kind of what we want to do and how we want to address programming so it's solid and it's sustainable and not just fly by night.
How would you evaluate the program's success?
How would I define program success?
How would you evaluate the program's success, whether it's work or doesn't work?
Yeah. Well, that's a hard question because we may not have high numbers in a program, and that's okay. Did it affect somebody? Did it help somebody? Did it turn somebody towards the library? Was it something that we offered that we hadn't offered before? I think those are all pieces that we need to look at. I don't think any program really fails. I think you go back to the table with staff and you say, what could we have done different? And you tweak it a little bit. But I don't think programming fails per se as programming. I think maybe it was the wrong day of the week, or maybe it was the wrong audience we marketed to, or maybe it was the wrong name on the program. I think those are all huge pieces, but I don't think programming fails as programming. I think you just have to think about and you have to be out in the community to look to see what they want, what they're asking for. I think that's important too.
I have a follow-up question. You said you started numerous programs. Can you give me an example of one?
Sure.
Or two?
Sure, I have a million of those. When I was in Nebraska, I was in charge of the Youth Services Department. My heart and soul is a children's librarian, so I'm really good with littles. Like, I value littles. We had a toddler trick or treat, and for every year, the 9 years that I was there, we would go out into the community and we would literally walk around the neighborhood, because it was all downtown Papillion, and each of the businesses would stand on the corner in front of their store and hand out trick-or-treat candy. Well, I grew that from just that to inviting the police to teach us how to cross, safely across the big highway. And then I brought in the fire department, so then they could bring their truck and they could talk about fire safety when you're in costumes and all of that. It just grew. It literally grew. So we did that for 5 years. I knocked on doors, went to every business in Papillion for years. And finally, the 5th year in, I had a lady walk up to me and say, hey, I heard you do this outreach program. I heard you do toddler trick-or-treat. And I'm like, yeah, we do it every year, Halloween, rain or shine. And in Nebraska, it's cold in October, I'll tell you that. So we were bundled up a lot of times. And she's like, I want to be a part of that. And at that point, I knew I had made it, because they're now coming to us, to the library. We're not having to go out. So that was a huge turnaround for us. I think another piece that I think is really important is that we grow our staff. So I had 2 teen volunteers From the time they left sixth grade to the time they graduated from high school, they came in every Thursday, and I mentored them and talked to them about how cool it was to be a librarian. And one of them actually went through the UNO program in Omaha and has now got her master's degree. So I think growing librarians I'm really good at that also, because I truly, truly believe in this profession.
Thank you.
I have one more follow-up. How do you determine what programs to offer?
That's a really good question. How do I determine? Well, in Mojave County, we had 0 children's programs when I was managing Bullhead. 0. There was nothing going on, 1 story time a week. There was nothing else for those folks to come into the library. So I said, why don't we try something after school? Why don't we try a Saturday program? Of course, we try a Lego program. I think you just have to hit and miss until you find the right niche. And I think what everybody gives up on is the keep trying. We have to keep trying. We can't just say, nope, it didn't work, so we're going to move on to something else. I think you have to mold it and you have to shape it. I think that's very important, but also I think sometimes the program runs its course also. Like you've done this type of program for years and years and years, and folks aren't coming. The littles have grown up, or things have changed at home and they can't get there anymore. So you kind of have to evaluate programs as they are programs. I think it's really important to keep an open mind, but I think the part that we get lost in is we quit too soon, and we don't give it enough chance to build a base, a client base or a patron base, or to figure out how to make it work for what they're looking for.
Thank you. I have the next question. This library is adjacent to a school.
Yeah, I saw that.
How will you manage the influx of middle schoolers to ensure a positive and safe library experience for them and other patrons during after-school hours?
We chatted about that this morning, and that was the first thing I noticed when we pulled up yesterday, was that building is literally across the street. So there's a built-in audience right there that we can market to. Like they're going to come across the street. I know they're going to. They're going to ride their bikes or their scooters or whatever it is. So I was like, oh, there's an opportunity. I spent a lot of years, 4 years, in a middle school library. So middle schoolers are their own people. They think for themselves. They want to have an opinion. They want to be treated like an adult. So I think you have to really value that and respect that. And I also believe with middle school kids, with any kid, you have to give them respect to get respect. And I think that's huge. And a lot of parents and a lot of adults just ride over those kids. And I think if they could have a voice, if they could be heard, I'm not saying run amok in the library, like that's not appropriate behavior, but let's redirect them and let's talk about that and let's stay consistent on our expectations. They will come around. I truly believe that. And I also read YA Lit. I read young adult literature, so I can talk about those books. And I think that's huge, because if they've read something that they want to discuss and an adult hasn't shared that or hasn't read that, there's a disconnect there. So I read almost exclusively young adult literature because I like reading it, but I think that there's an opportunity there to snag those kids coming at them with who they are, not with who we are, meeting them where they need to be met. And I think that's with respect mostly.
Thank you.
And the next one. How do you foresee new technologies playing a role in the overall functionality of the libraries in the coming years?
Do you mean digital services in our collection, or do you mean VR and programming? Those would be two different ways I would answer.
Answer both of them, please.
Okay. Of course. Why did I say that, right? I think digital services is not going to go away, and I think that we need to address what that looks like. In Mojave County right now, 50% of our collection is accessed digitally, that is not something that we can't acknowledge. So we have to figure out how we move our budget that way, who's going to order what, and how that's going to look. But then I also feel that technology, and I've been very lucky in my libraries, I've had tech people, so it's been really nice to be able to say, let's do a VR program, or let's do a makerspace, or let's do a 3D printer thing, and I've got somebody that can do that. So that's really, that I value. But we have to acknowledge it because it's going to be here and it's going to stay here. So let's figure out how we can use it to our best advantage. Can we gather, can we get folks, can we get patrons that don't want to do digital, but can we teach them, and can we work with them, and can we program with them until they get comfortable with it? Or is it just a piece of our day will be that they won't use technology, or that they don't want to acknowledge technology? The other piece is, I do really think that we have an opportunity with littles to take that tablet or to take that phone and to really educate parents on what technology needs to look like for littles, and how we can grow that in a positive, safe way for littles to be able to use technology.
Follow-up question, when you say you're going to teach that, tell me your steps. What would you do to prepare to teach?
Teaching adults,
Either one.
Oh, either one? There is definitely a digital divide between folks that are older, that don't really want to use technology. But because they have to download their driver's license, or they have to download a payment, or they have whatever digital thing they have to do, I think it comes from a place of respect, and I think it comes from a place of, let's just teach them. So let's sit down with them one-on-one if we need to, and let's walk them through the steps 1 time, 5 times, 20 times. Some folks are not going to get the understanding of digital stuff, and that's okay. That's what we're there for. It's not about us, it's about them. So if they can't get there, let's figure out how to get them there, and let's figure out how we need to make that happen. I think that's on us. I think that's on a staff. With the littles, I think it's very interesting. I did a story time in Papillion several years ago when tech was just becoming a thing, and parents didn't want kids on devices. So we literally moved the computers out of the kids area and moved them to the back so that kids wouldn't see them coming in. And we put stuff there instead, toys and manipulatives and stuff. And then we finally started slowly bringing them back out and introducing the littles to them, that this is what you play. And we only had educational games. So it wasn't it wasn't such a hard thing for those parents to understand if it was educational. And so we had to reteach. We had to show each parent. And we did a huge digital day at our library, and we had all the fun stuff out, all the tech. And it was just to allow them to play so they could get comfortable with it. And I think both adults and littles need to just have a comfort level before we throw it at them and expect them to know it. Like, we can't expect them not to know it. So
Thank you.
I hope that helped, Jan. Fire away.
How do you, how do you handle challenges related to censorship, controversial materials and programs? How do you balance intellectual freedom and community value? Provide an example of a challenge you have managed.
That is a very solid line that librarians should not cross. We should not tell somebody what they can read, what they can view, what they can do. That is just not in our ethics. That being said, we come upon challenges every day. I have a lady in my library right now that is challenging 6 of the books that I purchased for inappropriate content. So we have a policy that we have to follow. So we follow policy. And if this policy states A, B, C, or X, Y, Z, that's what we have to do. I think that it helps when we try to educate the parents if they're struggling with a book or they're struggling with content of any kind, that we educate them with the simple fact that we can say, you may choose whatever you want to choose for your child to read, but you can't choose what another child can read. That's a parental choice. And that's what I would like to see across the board. That being built into a community that may be very conservative or may be very liberal, depending, I think it comes with education, and I think it comes with a place of respect that we can say, you know, we understand that you don't like this book. Here's a reconsideration form, fill it out, read the book, we'll bring it back to the committee. There's steps in a process that we have to follow to do that. But I think if we're just having a conversation, my answer would be, you can pick whatever you want to pick for your child to read, and I respect that. But you can't pick what somebody else's child can read. And I really, truly believe that.
Okay, I have the next question. Tell us about your experience developing and working with a budget.
Oh, well, you don't want to go over. Sorry. I have never created a full library budget, but I have been a branch manager and a department head for years, and I know bottom line means bottom line. And, you know, salaries are controlled and insurance is controlled. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you can't wiggle room, like there's just not. But you can go after grants. You can go after funding, you can find donors, like there's a lot of money that can be found if you choose to do it that way. You don't go over bottom line. And when I came to Mojave County, in Bullhead, we never went over, like we were spot on. When I came to Kingman, when they asked me to move to Kingman and manage that branch, the budget was kind of all over the place because the staff was allowed to do a lot of different things that we didn't do in Bullhead, although we're the same system. And that took some grace on my part and some learning on their part that we have to play together nice, and that we have to make sure that we're not over budget and that we're not buying things that we really don't need, because I think we need to all be fiscally responsible. It's not our money, so we really do need to be accountable for it. And I think that's pretty easy to do if you lay it out in the beginning and this is what you get and you break it down. I think it works really well. I know the staff that I have now, they know exactly what they can spend a month in each department, and they know they can't go over that, because I have to sign off on all of the forms that go to our admin, and they just know not to. So I think I've had to teach them to do that.
I have a follow-up question. You said grants. What's your experience, you writing a grant? Nobody else, you.
Me, yeah. I have written many grants when I was in Papillion. I have not been allowed to write any grants since I've been in Mojave County. The Board of Supervisors and the county manager and the director didn't want us doing that. They managed all of that, so I honestly haven't written a grant in 5 years. But before that, I wrote grants every year to the Nebraska Library Commission to get funding for toys and manipulatives and programming and materials, and so I'm pretty comfortable writing grants, but it's been a little bit because we aren't allowed to.
I have
Riding a
a
bike.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a follow-up question, and actually I had this in my head, so I'm glad it's here too. How have you handled an unexpected necessary expense that was not included in the budget?
Well, electric bills, I don't know if you guys know that, but man, they're out through the roof. And so we have to, and our electric bill in our building just this last month was $8,000, and that was $4,000 more than what it was the month before. So there's going to be some cuts. We're not going to cut programming and we're not going to cut staff, but we got to figure out where we can, and that would probably be a little bit of the book budget. But that is I would take to my administration, and I would say I think we should cut here, here, and here. But that really becomes an administrative. My director and my assistant director, they really decide the bottom line of what we do. But unexpected stuff has come up a lot. We had an HVAC problem in my building, and they had to put in new units, and they have to figure out how to budget for that. But I also know that's going to affect, bottom line, what I'm going to be able to do, because they're going to pull out of programming money before they're going to pull out a materials budget, but they're going to pull out a materials budget before they pull out staffing. So it's kind of a scaffolding, I guess is what I want to say. So.
I have the next one.
Okay.
How would you determine staffing needs for services offered by the library? How do you ensure that the staff workload is manageable?
I do that every day. In fact, when I was coming here this morning, I had 4 fires I had to put out on my phone before I could come here. I want to say I would like to think it's equitable. So I think that's a really great way to say it. But also, I think immediate fires have to be put out, and you just have to deal with somebody that calls in sick, or you have to deal with a leak in the building, and that shifts everything we have to do for the day. I think you have to think on your feet a lot, and I think you have to be, here's plan A, but we also have a plan B and a plan C and probably a plan D just in case. And I think you got to roll with the punches a lot. Planning is wonderful, but planning is not sometimes realistic.
Thank you.
Okay, can you tell us your experience working with a Friends of the Library or a fundraising group of the library?
In Papillion, we had a huge Friends group, huge. They raised thousands and thousands of dollars. We gave them our donations, or we gave them we did materials, and they put it in a little room and sold it and gave us a check once a month, and we budgeted for what that was going to go to. In Mojave County, the Friends group in Bullhead disbanded when I got there, right during COVID, right when I got there. So I didn't work with the Friends group till I came back to Kingman, and they are amazing. And I meet with them once a month, and they'll like, what else do you want? We have this money, what else do you want? And so it's really wonderful to have a group that wants to throw money at you, but I also want to be very fiscally responsible for that. So I kind of prioritize what I think we need, or what I really think needs to be replaced, or what I really think we should do with it. And they've been very, very willing to step up. But I also have to run that through my director and my assistant director, like that. The bottom line is they decide. But I also think that I'm really good at saying, gosh, we don't have book bundles for the littles, and I think we could make a program out of this, and I think we could do this, and I think we could do that. And my director and my assistant director listen to that, because I think that they value and respect me enough to know that I'm not just going to throw money to throw money. So
Okay.
I've had a lot of experience with the board.
Follow-up
with the Friends.
question. Describe the most successful fundraising event you organized, and what did you learn from this process?
My most successful fundraising event. We tried one time in Papillion to do a Sarpy County Christmas. So my library in Papillion, La Vista, Fremont, Springfield, Louisville, all the little tiny libraries, we brought together a Christmas holiday program. We asked the Friends for the money to pay to make the ornaments and to have Santa and all of that. I want to say it was really successful in the planning. It wasn't successful in attendance. And I'll tell you why. Because we held it on a Saturday, the Saturday before Christmas Eve, and people are just too busy. So going back to thinking about programming, we would have tweaked that again and made it a different day, or the first Saturday in December. So I think you have to keep trying. It was really nice. It was really a great day. We just didn't have good attendance, and I think it was because of the date.
Okay. Thank you.
The library belongs to the Nevada Library Cooperative, a consortium of libraries which shares a catalog, materials, and other resources. What are the benefits and drawbacks of working with this type of organization? Describe your experience working with a cooperative.
I don't have any personal experience working with a cooperative, but I understand how they work because a lot of libraries do it. I think a benefit would be is, oh my gosh, we could spread the money out so much more because you're going to purchase this and I'm going to purchase that and we're going to share it. That makes sense to me. I think a drawback would be is I would want all the stuff in my library and not want to share it because I want the stuff. So I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that there's more benefits, obviously, because the money gets spread out a lot more equitably and a lot more fair than if all of the money's dumped in one place and that one person gets to decide. I think a group decision or a committee decision is a healthier way to go.
What is your experience writing and implementing library policy?
I love policies. I really do love policies because they do really support a lot. We are in the process in Mojave County of rewriting our policies, and we are right now on our unattended child's policy, and we don't have one. They don't have one here, so it's like, wow, you don't have an unattended child, you don't have a age limit. So I have a lot of experience. I wrote them in Papillion. I've written them in Mojave County. What we have to do in Mojave County, though, is we have to take them to the Board of Supervisors, and the Board of Supervisors has to approve that policy, but we can write procedure. And so we write procedure around to support that policy, and I think that helps a lot. I think that it puts out a lot of fires that don't become a mess because we have a procedure that supports that policy. I think policies are really good to fall back on if we get into trouble. Like they're a legal document that we can say, you can't do X, Y, Z, or this is allowed. And I think that helps, and I think that gives us a sense of respect in the community that we do have rules and it's not a free-for-all. So I think policies have their place. I also want to say that I think sometimes policies need a little bit of wiggle room. So I support policies, but I also think that we're here to serve the community.
Just finishing up my notes.
Oh, that's
Give you
all
a
right.
chance for a drink.
Sure.
Describe the ideal working arrangement you would like to see between the library director and the library board of trustees.
Oh, I think it needs to be a very comfortable relationship. I think it would be nice if the director came and had a real issue, like a real concern, and as a group you decided how to move forward. It wasn't just somebody's decision, it was a group's decision, so everybody was on board and everybody supported it. I think that's really important. I think an open door policy also is really important, so if you have a question, you come in, or if I have a question, I call. I don't think that that's unrealistic at all, or, I think that would work best.
I have a follow-up on this one. Tell us about your experience working with oversight boards in the past.
When I was in Papillion, we had to meet with the board once a month and turn in a report, write up our stats, report what was going on, like normal. We had a lot of board members that really used the library a lot, so they were in our programs and had littles in our programs. So it was a wonderful way to build a relationship with those, so they could see how we were doing what we were doing. We weren't just telling them that, they were actually able to see it. So that worked really well. Here in Mojave County, we have a Citizens Advisory Committee, which is the liaison between the library and the Board of Supervisors. So we meet with them quarterly. We write up a report. We meet at one of the libraries in Mojave County every quarter, and they ask great questions. But they're not like physically in the building like the other board was, so it's really interesting to see the difference between, I don't understand what this means, or I don't understand that. So we have a chance to share with them, and we have a chance to educate them on what is happening, and we invite them all the time to come to the library, come see the stuff. And And I think that's important. I think that they know that they should be a part of it. They should be able to, we should be able to have open communication.
My first question. When you refer to littles,
Oh,
I'm an educator. What age are you talking about?
18 months to 4 years old.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
How do you ensure open and productive communication between the board, county departments, the state library, staff, and the public?
I think transparency. I think that if I have a need or I have a concern, everybody knows that. Here's an email, here's a conversation, get everybody on board, make sure everybody knows what's going on so you aren't surprised by a decision that I made and I'm not surprised by a decision that you chose. So I think transparency and communication are huge in this type of relationship.
Thank you.
Describe an issue you have experienced with an employee that required disciplinary action. How did you handle it, and what was the outcome?
So there's always going to be underperforming staff. I think that's just a part of what we do, or part of what we have. So I believe in talking to the person first and saying, I've seen this, I'm documenting it, you need to fix it. And hopefully 99% of the time they fix it and we move on with our lives. It's that 1% that we struggle with, that we have to document and document and document, and I think that's a good thing. I also truly believe in, if I have underperforming staff, they meet with me in the morning, we set up their goals for the day, and they meet with me before they leave, and we see if those goals have been met. I call it behavior modification. So if they can't get on board, here's all this documentation that I have, I'm going to ask the HR person to look at it, and at that point, if I really feel we can't turn them around and we can't make it work, they need to go.
Okay, I have the next question. How do you ensure a diverse and up-to-date collection that meets the needs of your community?
A diverse and what? Would you repeat that? Up to date, okay. I think staying on top of trends and knowing what's happening in your community, which means you have to physically get out of that office and you have to physically be in the community to know what's going on. I think that's huge. I think that by looking at what other libraries are doing, not like social media stuff, but actually getting into their library associations and figuring out what their challenges are, and chatting with people, visiting with other professionals, I think that's very important. But I really believe that we need to be out in that community. We need to have a face, like we need to be a part of the community because we're such a big piece of it. I don't know if some people believe that, but I truly believe that we are, and we have so much to offer, so many different people. Why are we not promoting that? Why are we not being seen? And I think that's having the director out of that office, on the floor, vacuuming and picking up trash and snow blowing and whatever it is that you have to do. And going to meetings and drumming up new community engagement opportunities and outreach.
I have the next one, and it's the last one, so big
I
breath.
thought I was kind of counting on my head. Just joking.
We believe we are interviewing several qualified applicants for this position. We have an important decision to make.
You do.
What is the one thing that we will regret the most if we do not choose you for this position?
Oh my gosh, just one? Come on. Just kidding. Just joking.
You can give us as many as you like.
Oh, I was being facetious, I think. Why not to choose me? I think I do a darn good job. I think I am wholly passionate. I was put on this earth to be a librarian, and you can ask anybody that. They will tell you she's the most passionate person about libraries that has ever walked this earth. I also know that we have a very important job to do. I really think it's teaching kids to read, and I really think it's helping elderly, and I really think it's dealing with people that experience homelessness. I really think the community piece matters, and I think that shows through my programming, and it shows through my evaluations, and it shows through that I truly believe that, I mean, I just cleaned bathrooms last Saturday, so I'm not afraid of hard work. Like, it's not, I'm not assuming that if I'm the director of the library, I'm not going to be doing that. And I think that there's a big piece of that, oh, that's not my job. Yeah, it is. All of it's your job, and all of it you need to take seriously, and you need to respect it, and you need to value it.
Thank you. That completes all of our list of questions. What questions do you have for us?
Well, I actually have a few. Is that okay? So I have two kind of that go hand in hand. I teach online for the University of Nebraska at Omaha, and that's virtually once a month. I teach their capstone course, and have done it for over 10 years. I wasn't sure if a part-time job outside library hours was frowned upon or was okay. I went through that program and have written most of the courses for that program, so that is I'm kind of a maverick through and through, so I kind of want to stay with that. It's Sunday nights from 6 to 7. It doesn't interfere with day job at all. In fact, it can't. It just can't. But I just don't know if that matters, if you needed to know that. And then also, I wanted to kind of know what you guys were looking for in the qualities of this position. Like, what are you looking for? What
What did you say you teach?
I teach the capstone, the practicum course. So the kids get to be a senior in our program, in our library science program, and they have to come through my program before they can graduate. So I place them in public libraries or university libraries or academic libraries or special libraries, and they have to do 60 hours. They have to do a bunch of other assignments, but it's mostly I get them placed in the library. They do their 60 hours throughout the semester, and then they just meet with me once a month online on Sunday evenings, and we talk about the experience, and we talk about, I mentor them and try to grow librarians, so we turn out some decent people into our profession.
Would that be a program that you would work in partnership with our high school work-based learning students that are interested in being librarians? I have 4 in the senior class this year.
Oh, I don't know. I've never thought of that, but there's a partnership we can do. They have to be enrolled to be in the capstone program. They have to be enrolled in the university at a 4,000 level class because they're going to be graduating with an undergraduate degree in library science. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't create a mentorship program like that and tap into some, the state library, and tap into some other places that would help them decide if they wanted to be a librarian.
Could we narrow it down and possibly work together with WNC for a sophomore level class?
We can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the meat of your question would probably come down to approval from HR and just vetting all of those pieces. There's procedures for that, and it does sound like a really robust program. So we might have to table some of that conversation until later, but they are more than happy to work with and make those kinds of advisements. For qualifications and qualities that we would like to see in our director, we love, I'll let my other board members also opine in on this one, but we love the commitment to the community and the commitment to the service to the community that you've already been talking about. I think for me, the commitment to communication is also very, very important, and that ability to see yourself on the floor and doing that work from the center is also something that really resonates with me.
I have to agree with Ms. Jessica Rowe. Communication is absolutely vital. something that I would like to see in the director, which you've already kind of mentioned, is being able to work with the community, us trustees, and patrons, and your staff. I think that has come out in your interview, how you work together. So that's a very viable quality that I would like to see.
Thank you.
I'm going to just agree with the with Trustee Jessica Rowe and Trustee Siri. Yeah, I think to me, community involvement is the big key, and to make sure the programs keep going at the library. It's very important to our community to have a library. So to me, that's what's important.
Thank you.
And I'd like to see somebody say by December or January, whoever we choose, that's our new librarian. She's great for our community.
Oh, that's a great answer.
Do you have any other questions for us that we
I
can
don't.
handle?
I don't.
Thank you so much for
Oh,
taking the
gosh,
time
thank
to
you.
meet with us.
Thank you so much.
We'll be making the decision soon, and we'll
Yeah.
reach out to you as soon as a decision is made. Thank you. All right, so we have a little bit of time between this interview and our next one. I would like to propose a brief recess for bathroom break and refreshment and anything else that we need to do, and then well, actually, no, we go right into lunch break. I was reading the schedule incorrectly. So would we feel comfortable convening for our lunch break or recessing for our lunch break early?
That would be great for me.
All right, so would that be a motion, Sue?
Oh, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn and 12:15, is that our next one?
12:15
Okay.
is when we come
And
back.
Chris, do you want our packets with our rating?
For the sense of confidentiality and with this being open, I think it would be a good idea if you gave me your packets, and then I will reissue them at 12:15.
Okay, thank you.
So the motion from Sue is that we recess until 12:15. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Those in approval say aye.
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 Aye. Hearing none opposed, we're going to take a recess, and we'll come back after lunch at 12:15. It is 12:16. We will reconvene from our lunch break and begin again with our new business, the board interviews and deliberation procedure. And so we are starting now with our 12:15 with Vanna Bells. Welcome in. Chris will take it from here for a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, Chris Bross, Churchill County Human Resources and Assistant County Manager. So we have with us for our second interview Vanna Bells. She comes to us from the Douglas County Public Library, where she has held the library supervisor position since March of 2022. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chris. So just to give you a quick introduction to the people that you see on the stand in front of you, I am Jessica Rowe. I am the chair. Vice chairperson is Ryan Swerzik. He's to the left of me. And then to the far left is Sari Kohler, who is our secretary. Sue Segura is our trustee. You can see Chairman Miles Ghetto as our board representative. And then we have legal representation with Jeff Weed. Welcome in. So the interview procedure, the interview will last about 75 minutes or so. There are 17 questions, some of which may have multiple parts. You should gauge the amount of time spent in response to each question accordingly. The board will be asking questions which will be addressed to all candidates, so you are all being evaluated on the same information. The members of the board will be taking notes to assist the evaluation process. So if you see us look down, that's what we're doing. And I have the first question. We hope your tour and discussion this morning has given you a feel for the position and its requirements. We want to start off by asking you, why did you apply for this position?
Vanna Bells, for the record, I am interested in this position because I am celebrating 10 years of public librarianship. In fact, I said in my interview that this month my student loans will be forgiven, so I get to celebrate for working in public service for 10 years. And I've decided to continue my library career. The next step would be a library director position. However, I am the lake supervisor at the Lake Tahoe branch. It's a beautiful place to work. However, the community needs a strong leader here. And the Fallon Library, the Churchill County Library building is wonderful. I was looking at the strategic plan, and it's a solid strategic plan with expansion plans. So a lot of the foundation has been built, and the Churchill County Library needs someone who can bring that vision to life. Even though there's budgetary concerns, I have fundraising, advertising, and grant experience that I would like to bring to this community.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question for that. What are your goals for the next 5 to 10 years? Where do you see yourself?
I am very happy with working with the community. I love getting to know the kids, the parents, all the senior citizens. I know them by name. I know what they like to read. If we get a new book in, I save it for them when they come in. And I love doing adult programs. I have a special place in my heart for poetry and art. And when I toured the library today, there was a lot of art pieces, and there's a lot of art in this building. I would like to focus on bringing different groups of people together at the library. And one way to do that is to find different groups and partner and have them partner up. So an example is having poets or writers and artists work together and in many different ways. And also intergenerational programming is very important. We would love to see, not only do we want kids to become library lovers, we want the teens to come back to the library in a safe space. And then we also want their parents or their grandparents to come to the library and attend library programs as a family.
Thank you.
I have the next question. If you could sum up your managerial managerial style into a few words, what would they be?
When I submitted my application, one of the questions in my application, some of the words didn't show up. You might have seen the question marks in my application. So I'm going to read what I wrote, and this is regarding my managerial style. So number 1, listen. Listen to staff and trustees and follow up with results or answers. Number 2, take the time to develop staff and then give them the appropriate time to practice or complete objectives. Have staff and trustees learn from my experiences, and I will also learn from them. Number 3, collaborate with staff and organizations and credit them at board meetings and stakeholders. And number 4, direct people to keep the library environment welcome and safe for everyone. So my managerial style is we need to work as a team. It's a small branch. We're going to become a family, and we need to be there for each other and for the community. The library is for everyone, and that includes staff. Lots of staff start out in the library field as volunteers, and then they work their way up, or they pursue their master's degree or relevant education. And the goal is to serve the community, not waste taxpayers' dollars, and make sure we use the fundraising arm money appropriately, or endowments or grants or anything like that. So I fully believe in working as a team, supporting them. Humor is very important. My jokes are very corny, but we're there for the community.
What techniques do you use to maintain and/or improve employee morale?
It's unfortunate that a lot of libraries in the nation have low morale. There are lots of resources for library staff to engage and boost morale. And professional development is very important. We need to set up our staff for success. So yes, I believe in professional development. There's lots of webinars and training on how to de-escalate situations, or they can learn new things that might motivate them, or, definitely I always try to find people's passions. What are they passionate about, and expand on that. One way every library staff can explore their passions or share their passions with the community is programming. See, the library is not just the collection that we have, but also our staff and their expertise.
I have a follow-up question. You stated data. Give me a reference for that. Low morale across the nation. Where'd you get that from?
There is a study about that. I don't have the source on hand, but I'm happy to provide that in a follow-up.
Thank you.
I have your next question. Utilizing your past experiences and insights, how do you envision creating shared value between the library and supportive community organizations?
Thank you for that question. Can you repeat it one more time?
Yes. Utilizing your past experiences and insights, how do you envision creating shared value between the library and supportive community organizations?
My first library position was located in Yuma, Arizona, at the Foothills Library. This was the closest library branch to the military base out there. So we had many, many military families. We, just like here, had more than one story time. We listened to the parents. We provided a space for them and their kids, and also kids of all needs, such as neurodivergent or kids on the autism spectrum. We provided sensory story time, and we were the first library in Arizona at that time to offer that kind of programming. The number one way to serve your community is to find out what they need and do the best we can with the staff that we have, and also reach out to other organizations in the community who could be solid partners or can assist us or direct us to the appropriate resource. And also, we can't forget other county departments, right? If we need help with social services or JPO, you know, we should be working with the county as well.
I have a follow-up question. What years were you at Foothills in Yuma?
I started in December 2013 and was then promoted in 2017 to the grants development position.
How long did you stay at Foothills total?
4 or 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Why is programming important to library services?
The library is an open, as a public space. It's the third space, meaning that people need another place to go besides home and work and or school. What makes the library the best third space is that it is free, generally with your library card, to use all the resources at the library. There's a loneliness epidemic. People need to communicate with one another and meet new people and feel the sense of community. One of the best ways a library offers that is through library programming for all ages, for all ages, for all diverse backgrounds, for everybody. And that's a hard ask because you really need to rely on your staff, volunteers, or community organizations to deliver those programs. But again, one of the most rewarding things staff can do is sharing their love or passion with the community that they are serving.
Once again, is the loneliness epidemic your opinion, or can you cite me a reference?
The loneliness epidemic is based on post-COVID. This is just a general sense in the nation that libraries are working on. I do not have a source at this time.
Okay.
How do you determine what programs to offer?
In addition to playing to the staff's strengths, programming supplies can determine how much of the program we offer to the community in terms of how many times or how many participants we can handle. And if a program doesn't work the first time, I would need to, the director position would need to know, like, if it's worth doing it again. That's something that you'd have to learn on the job. For instance, at the Lake Library, we cater, my current position at the Lake Library, we cater specific programs to not only our families who reside there full-time, but also our summer visitors and our winter visitors. So here at this library, I'm assuming the military families, you know, they would want programs year-round, but then the library needs to be aware that every 3 years or so, it would be a different group of people. And again, this position would need to do some research just to see what other organizations offer, and if there's any way we could partner. We don't want to double dip or anything. We want to make sure we're spending resources appropriately, and that also includes time.
How would you evaluate the program's success?
There's quantitative data, but there's also qualitative data. The quantitative data that we collect is for the Public Library Survey. This is for the Institute of Museum and Library Services. Every public library has to report these quantitative statistics. The challenging part of those statistics is the summer reading program, because those are separate from the regular program statistics. So they're kind of a pain to work with. But the qualitative data is the anecdotes. Those are good for advertising, for annual reports, for our funders, such as the Churchill Library Association. And the data doesn't, the PLS survey that I referenced, it doesn't ask for repeat attendees. But that's really important, is we want the library patrons and community and organizations to come back to the library repeatedly.
I have the next one, Vanna. The library is adjacent to a school. How will you manage the influx of middle schoolers to ensure a positive and safe library experience for them and other patrons during the after-school hours?
If I may be candid, I am a little concerned about how the library is handling the middle school students, especially since the students and the youth are such a major part of the strategic plan. The library is supposed to be open to all. And I know when I was at the Carson City Library, we had an unruly group of children, but they were just hungry. Like, they needed food, they didn't have food at home, so we gave them snacks and they were okay. I don't know if that's the case with the middle school students here, if they're hungry after school or if they just need to eat because they're growing. But I would start with trying to find a food closet or something that can provide snacks, or backpack buddies or something, if there's something like that here. But we need to be open to all, and I have no problem getting to know the children, talking to them, getting to know their parents. Ms. Lloyd mentioned there's no unattended children policy at the library. All the libraries I've worked at have that policy, so that's something that this director position might need to work on. But again, Ms. Lloyd mentioned that she's working with the school district, law enforcement, to try to get that at least started for the next director. All the people are at the table, and all the stakeholders who need to be at the table are there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Did I hear you right? You said you had some concerns how we were handling the students? What are they?
There was, so not all the kids were allowed to enter the library for a couple of days. They weren't allowed without an adult or something like that. Again, having an unattended children policy would be very helpful. Also, there's barricades in the parking lot, so parents and students can't park in the library. That's kind of confusing for the, if a new resident just moved and they want to go to the library and they see these barricades, that's kind of unwelcoming.
Okay, thank you. How do you foresee new technologies playing a role in the overall functionality of the libraries in the coming year?
I don't have statistics for this, but I think a library works well when they have a technology plan in place. One of the examples I say in every interview or with every library director that I work under, we can't be relying on, we need to diversify our funding sources. I had a business manager in Yuma, Arizona, who kept telling the grants administrator that just get money from the grants, from the Gates Foundation, just get money from them. They gave us so much money for computers. And I said that all funders change what they want to put money towards. So the Gates Foundation no longer gives money to public libraries for computers. They're focused on health initiatives. So I had a point with that. What was the question again? Oh, yes. So we need a technology plan, and having one in place is crucial because we need to, all computers have a lifespan. We'll know what that is, so we need to budget for the technology. When I was at the Carson City Library, the library was able to obtain book lockers, digital or electronic book lockers that people can pick up their holds outside of the library. That would be great to have, but that funding only came because of the COVID-19 resources, pandemic money. So like we need to, the board and the library director needs to be aware that a technology plan is crucial for a library to be successful, because again, I don't have the stats for this, but there's a term that we call in libraries called the digital divide. And it's important that everyone of all ages has access to broadband internet so they can study, so they can work, or they can pursue lifelong interest or passions. Libraries bridge that digital divide, but it's a larger issue than that with getting broadband or fiber or whatever into the residents, and county IT usually also helps with that and working with libraries.
I have your next question. How do you handle challenges related to censorship, controversial materials, and programs?
Again, you have to know your community. I work in Douglas County. Douglas County can't do everything Washoe County does. Okay, there will be no drag queen story hour at Douglas County. However, we need to provide collections and programs and resources, again, for all. There are certain things we don't promote or do, but again, that relies heavily on the policies that a library has. So I looked at the meeting room policy for Churchill, and people can use the annex, but it has to be a public meeting available for all. But all the libraries I've worked in had a meeting room in the library building. It's kind of weird to have a separate meeting room in the annex. Like, I don't know how staff handle that, but in handling controversial things is to just explain to the community or to the board or to the county, the library's policy is that we're for all. And as the library director, they handle that. The frontline staff shouldn't be handling that. The frontline staff need to know they need to escalate it to the library director, and the library director needs to inform the board of potential controversies. It's gonna have to be a collaborative effort, and we all need to be communicating with one another.
How do you balance the intellectual freedom with community value?
Again, you need to know your community. I'm from Las Vegas. Not everything that Vegas does would fly here. Working in Douglas County also has shaped my experiences in working with the community, and what do they want to see displayed? What do they for books or for exhibits or whatever? like you have to get to know your community. When you get to know your community, then you can learn to expand or showcase other things. So this position should not be, changing everything, should not be showing all kinds of things to the community. This is a smaller community, so you got to take your time, you got to go with the flow, and also get to know the staff as well. So balancing that would be there are ways to audit your collection for diversity, equality, and inclusion. I have not done that personally, but there are tools that can check to see how diverse your collection is. So that's one thing that could be done to make sure that there's resources for all. And then again, this position would need to take some time and do some research as to what programs were provided for the community, and again, working with other organizations and partners. So it's a lot of work, but it can be done to balance.
Can you provide an example of a challenge you have managed?
Regarding intellectual freedom, or?
Yes.
Okay. At the Douglas County Public Library in 2 summers ago when I started, during Pride Month in June, there was a display at the main library in Minden, Gardnerville, so not my branch. And there was a display of all the books related to Pride, and they were all checked out within the first day. This was to prevent other patrons from checking out those books. The library director for the following year didn't do a Pride display, but displayed all types of books for all groups, such as people with disabilities, other holidays, not just Pride. And that actually aligned with the summer reading theme of that year, which was all together now. So I didn't personally handle that challenge, but having a solid display policy or collection development policy would aid any library and their team on how to handle challenges such as that.
Tell us about your experience developing and working with a budget.
My experience with the budget is with collection development. I am the selector for my current branch for all titles, so for all audiences. And that's pretty much my only experience with budget and programming supplies, but we don't spend that much on programming supplies because I tend to shop a lot and go to thrift stores and buy stuff online for the library. However, I really worked with the Friends group and with our grants committee to ensure funding for programs and partnerships and outreach and all that stuff. I have a minor in accounting. I actually, not only do I love books, but I also love numbers. But my memory is not as good as it used to be, which is why I don't want to state statistics incorrectly. But I am open to learning. I'm a fast learner. The county budget is crucial. It's public resources. We need to be transparent. And as I mentioned in my application, Douglas County was also hit with the similar budget cuts Churchill has faced, and the library seems to be the first department that gets their funding, and we need to change that narrative as best as we can, because there are other county departments that need resources, but sometimes the library can be a great place for the community.
How have you handled an unexpected necessary expense that was not included in the budget?
When I was hired at the Douglas County Public Library for the Lake Tahoe branch, we were using technology from 2006. There was a copy machine from 2006 that barely worked. I took the initiative to apply for a Library Science Technology Act that is administered by the Nevada State Library Association Public Records and Archives. And we were able to secure funding to get technology that helped our remote workers who visited the library often because they came to the lake to play and work. And our dedicated IT person wasn't able to install all the equipment that we needed, so the expense that we incurred was having to contract or pay for our IT company to come and install that. So that wasn't an expense that we were planning on because we were going to have him install for in-kind for the grant. So because of that, we had to pay for that resource, and even though we had to pay for that resource, I was able to get the grant money to at least pay for the equipment.
I have the next one. How would you determine staffing needs for services offered by the library? How do you ensure that the staff workload is manageable?
I asked Ms. Lloyd during my interview today, the library is currently operating on 40 hours, open to the public for 40 hours, and how did she manage when the library was open for 55 hours? And she says it was doable, so because I was concerned, because in order for library staff to perform, they should be able to take time off and have vacations. The county, I'm sure, has wonderful annual leave and sick time accrual. So I want to make sure that people don't feel like they have to come in. It's very stressful, and I have that stress with working at the Lake Branch because the traffic to the Lake Branch is crazy, and the winter storms and all that stuff. So I understand that it's sometimes hard to get to work and or life happens. So we want to make sure that staff feel like it's okay that the library will be in good hands. And one way that can happen is having a strong leader who can be there anytime, because not only are they caring about the staff, but they also have to care about the building and the community and the resources and all that stuff. So, and then with programs, again, the only standard program that a library offers is pretty much story time, right? Every library offers a story time, but all the other programs can be offered seasonally, depending on the community's needs, or, you know, if it's too much, then we scale it back. It's judging staff workload and statistics in terms of attendees, and then also getting community feedback. There are ways to find out what the community needs every summer. You know, there's a summer reading program survey. I would look at previous surveys or needs assessments that were done, and also rely on maybe social media stats too, to see if there was more engagement with one event versus another. But ultimately, the staff need to be comfortable and happy doing the program that they're offering. When we train them on services, that's standard. Everyone has to be able to teach a patron how to use Canopy or whatever resource. That's standard. But programs are like, there's the staff's, one of the ways for staff to be content at their job.
Thank you.
Can you tell us your experience working with a Friends or other funding groups of a library?
Absolutely. The Friends are crucial. Each Friends group that I've worked with were all served the library in different needs, but just getting to know them, again, treating them like a patron. Get to know their names, their faces, their families, say hello, say hi, say thank you, follow up with them, just thank them for being part of the fundraising arm for the library. They just want that recognition, and they want to know that their time is well spent as well. So working with the Friends is great and rewarding. I love my Friends group at the Douglas County Public Library. It took a lot of work. I showed up at every meeting when I didn't have to. It wasn't required for branch managers to attend Friends meetings, but I wanted to make my presence known and for them to provide money for lake programs. The Friends meeting, I had a Friends meeting last week, and they met at the lake for the first time. The Friends always met at the Minden Library, and they wanted to see all the good work that my team was doing at the lake. So they actually drove up the mountain, and some of them have never been to the Lake Branch in the 40 years that they've resided in Douglas County. So I know how important it is to work with Friends groups, get to know them, show them results, because they want to see stats on how their return on investment, they want to see that, and invite them to programs. They can come to programs. They're not like the board where you'd have to have you'd have to be careful with open meeting, but the Friends can attend every program.
Can you describe the most successful fundraising event you have organized, and what did you learn from that process?
I was on the team that did the first gala. We had a library fundraiser gala. It was my director's idea to do a gala, and it was the first time I ever did a fundraising event like that. Again, I showed up to the best I could to every gala committee meeting. I suggested we put the silent auction baskets in our library display case. I came in on a Saturday on my day off to help the Friends. I'm very committed to helping the library in every way I can. I attended the gala. I had to pay for my own ticket. It was pricey, but the food was great. And it was very rewarding to be in that room, to see everyone happy, having fun, supporting the library.
Thank you.
I have your next question. This library belongs to the Nevada Library Cooperative, a consortium of libraries which shares a catalog, materials, and other resources. What are the benefits and drawbacks of working with this type of organization? Describe your experience working with a cooperative.
Yes, I have experience with working in the library cooperative at the Carson City Library. However, it was before the COHA cataloging migration, so I'm not familiar with the current integrated library system that Churchill is using right now. The co-op is great for the community, 100%. It just might be a little challenging for the staff side to work in a cooperative. Every library has different rules about their collection, different stickers, different loaning periods, lending periods. But for the community, for the state of Nevada, It's absolutely great. It's needed. And Douglas County left the cooperative 20 years ago. My director would love to join the cooperative, but again, that would be really difficult for the staff to do the migration because it's just a lot of work, hours and hours of work. I also visited the Tonopah. So having worked at the Carson City Library, I never had the time to visit the other libraries in the cooperative because when I'm driving from Carson to Vegas to visit family, it's on the weekend, so I never get to see the library because they're closed. But I was able recently to take the time and go to Tonopah Library. It was really nice to see them do their story times and just they're really, really tiny, tiny library. And I love how they displayed some of their items. So I am a library geek. I like visiting other libraries and learning what they do and look at their signage, take pictures of their signage. And working in the cooperative is great. I have a relationship with the Carson City Library, their director now. When I resigned in Carson City Library, she thanked me for being there because I gave a month's notice and I saw all my projects through. And another way to show you how committed I am to libraries is on my last day at Carson City Library, it was the Christmas Silver Saddle Ranch event. So my last thing I did as a librarian was do outreach and promote the library. And then my jacket caught on fire. But I'm okay. I'm okay. But that was a funny night, funny way to end my library career there.
Thank you.
What is your experience writing and implementing library policy?
I'm currently on the team that's working on updating our library policies. Library policies need to be updated, reviewed, and it needs to be written in the policy every time it needs to be reviewed. I attended a policy session at the Public Library Association this year, conference this year, and it was really helpful. Staff need policies. They need to feel like they're protected. And, you know, the community also needs to know the library's policies as well. So it's crucial, it's important. I'm happy to learn how to write, revise policies, and work with the board.
Okay. Describe the ideal working arrangement you would like to see between the library director and the library board of trustees.
In addition to the library board evaluating the library director, the community also needs to have input in that evaluation. So there are mechanisms in place for that. For instance, Carson City Library, they do a 360 evaluation where where input on how the director is doing is collected from community partners and patrons and staff. I want every library to be successful. I don't want libraries portrayed poorly in the news. I worked at a library system. I'm working at the library system where the system has made national headlines, and it worked. We all, as a team, management, worked really hard to repair the reputation and image of that library system. Okay, because Douglas County was known for the cats. In 1980s, there were 2 cats that lived at the library, Baker and Taylor. We named them after the book they were named after the book vendor, Baker and Taylor, and that's what that library was famous for, was having 2 cats on the property. And then 40 years later, the reputation was damaged. And I don't want any library to have to go through that or any staff to have to go through that because it's a lot of work and emotional toil. But if you have a solid team, then you can repair that. But it takes time, and you'll have to remind some people in the community over and over again that that's not us. We're different. We're here. We're here to help. We're here to change and make things better.
Okay, I've got a follow-up on that. Tell us about your experience working with oversight boards in the past.
Before I answer that question, may I find out what question number we are on?
Absolutely. It's 13.
Oh my
We
goodness.
have 17 to go. Yeah.
I'll try to be quick. In my current position is the first time I've worked with an oversight board. Librarians at the Carson City Library were not required to attend Board of Trustee meetings. So I've been present at almost every board meeting, and I have no problem communicating if there's something that needs to be addressed. I let them know what's good for the library, what's not working for the library at these public meetings.
Thank you.
How do you ensure open and productive communication between the board, county departments, state library, staff, and the public?
Ms. Lloyd shared with us this morning that communication with everyone. You have to, if there's something going on, so these are her examples that she brought up. If there's something going on in that empty lot, like you gotta let facilities know because they're gonna be the ones cleaning it up. You just have to tell all parties involved. And I have lots of experience with that. As the branch manager of the Lake Branch, I have to communicate with facilities and grounds and custodians, and we have a partnership with the tennis club there. I have to let them know if there's a power outage, if there's an internet outage. I have to inform all the parties, our volunteers they need to know so they don't come to the library if there's a power outage. It's like you got to be detail oriented when communicating to everyone and communicating with everyone and the board. So it's like a checklist. And I believe in just being there for the library as a library employee, a salaried library employee, to be there. I've very dedicated. I didn't have to go to the library building when it had a whole bunch of snow, like 4 or 5 feet of snow. I didn't have to go there, but I wanted to go there to make sure everything was okay. Like, I'm very dedicated.
Describe an issue you have experience with an employee that required disciplinary action. How did you handle it, and what was the outcome?
I have experience with working with human resources on investigations and disciplinary procedures. It was an eye-opening experience to be on that side of the table versus being on the other side of the table as a interviewee or an employee. So I learned a great deal from that experience, and although it's tough, it needs to be done. Again, what you're doing is what's best for the library as a whole, for their staff, for the community. And unfortunately, I can't go into details.
How do you ensure a diverse and up-to-date collection that meets the needs of your community?
I mentioned the diversity, equity, inclusion audit that could be done. Also, in the strategic plan, there was a need for Spanish materials for the Spanish-speaking population, so I make sure that the collection would include that. Large print collection is crucial. You cannot get rid of a large print collection. Those books are so expensive, so those are the ones I would hold on to and make sure that we have. I would also promote the state library's resources with talking books, audiobooks are popular now. Every day, we hear from patrons, oh, I'm going to the library for the first time because I want to cancel my Audible subscription. Like, yeah, we got to promote that we have audiobooks for people to listen to. And I'm not sure how the digital collection works within the cooperative. I was not part of the collection development team at Carson City Library, but I hope that the online resources are diverse as well.
I have your last question. We believe we are interviewing several qualified applicants for this position. We have an important decision to make. What is the one thing we will regret the most if we do not choose you for the position?
That's a very interesting worded question. The other candidates seem great. I stressed in my interview that I'm a Nevadan through and through, from Las Vegas. I hated the first semester of UNLV, so I transferred to UNR, go Wolfpack, of course. I helped with moving items from the Getchell Library to the Knowledge Center at UNR as a student worker, and I feel it's safe to say, and I will say it on record, that I was the first person barefoot on the 4th floor of the Knowledge Center. And just, I love libraries, and what's important, regardless if it's a regret or not, is you need to pick a candidate that's best for the community. That's a good fit. It has to be a good fit both ways. And I have, the other candidates are library directors. I am not a library director, but I have a lot of energy and I'm willing to learn. And if given the opportunity, I would like to prove that, not just to the board, but again, to the community, to the county. But if not selected, I'm happy with working at the Lake Tahoe. It's beautiful, and the community really enjoys the library and what my team and I have been offering there.
Thank you. This completes our list of questions. What questions do you have for us?
Most of the board members are new to the board. Do you guys know when the 5th board member will be appointed?
I appreciate that question. I know that Carol has already asked on that, and they're putting some priority in making sure that we get through this director hiring process with good clarity and good focus. And then after that, they're going to post and fill that position.
Ms. Lloyd, Carol also told us to ask, does the director need to reside in Churchill County?
That is a question that I might have to punt to my HR. That one I have not had before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We might have to find that answer out for you and get it to you. And so we may end up giving you that answer over the break, if that's okay with you. Do you have any other questions for us? Or do you have it? Do you have the answer?
I absolutely do not have it.
Okay, I was reading the comment on your face, but I didn't want to take the opportunity for the comment to come out of your
Yeah,
mouth.
no,
so.
I will have to research that. I don't really know.
So we'll look at that up for you, and we'll get that answer back to you. Do you have any other questions that we can help you with?
No, not at this time. Thank you so much for your time and working all day today to hire a library director.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for taking the time to meet with us. We'll be making the decision soon, of course, and we'll reach out to you as soon as a decision's been made. At this point, we can take our next recess. We've got a short break between 1:30 and 1:45, so let's come back at 1:45 for the next interview.
I am not leaving.
Maybe we're not going to do that one again, or maybe we can table that for another time. Any library I've ever worked at, we've always had family programs, teen programs, adult programs, and something specific for everybody. So, basics, your story times, your after-school programs, but then also getting that niche with adult programs as well, because that can be very, very tricky at times.
How would you evaluate the program's success?
Well, first of all, I'd always look at the numbers. With adult programs, I've learned if I've got 5 people that come, it's a hit. It's a great program. But I've also had adult programs where nobody has come, and we've promoted it and done flyers and all of that. So that's when I go back to the drawing board and, okay, let's see what we can tweak to maybe get people show up. Let's try this again, maybe tweak it a little. Also looking at, is this something the community is constantly asking for? Is this something that the community has said, we really, for example, video games, let's say the community's been wanting a gaming truck to come to the library so that teens could play video games. If that is something I have, people making comments on Facebook about or the library social media, then yeah, let's go ahead and give it a shot. But if it's a very specific niche program, and when I say that, meaning something that maybe 1 or 2 people may find interesting, then no, maybe I would hold off on that, because with in my view, with library program, you want something that that the community is interested in and would attend, whether or not it's kids, teens, or adults.
I have the next question. The library is adjacent to a school. How will you manage the influx of middle schoolers to ensure a positive and safe library experience for them and other patrons during the after-school hours?
Well, I understand after meeting with the former director this morning, that has been a bit of a challenge lately. And that's okay. When I worked at the Holdridge Library, I had the same issue there. It was a little on a smaller scale. But I worked with local law enforcement in the schools to try and, work with the kids. From what I was told, whatever issues people were having at home was spilling over at school, was spilling over into the library. Definitely, I would want to work on an unattended children's policy to definitely, okay, if you're 12 and up, for example, you can be here by yourself. If you're under 12, no, you have to have a parent or guardian with you. I would also do a patron behavior policy as well. That way, that would give the library some teeth as well for us to enforce. No, you can't come here and, threaten staff. No, you can't come here and jump all over the tables. No, you can't harass staff to keep them from doing their jobs, as an example. And I think something like that would help too, because it would also, okay, here's, this is our policy. You violated the policy. You are now done for a week, or you don't get computers for a week. Or if it was more serious than that, I would be talking with the board about, okay, I need to talk to you guys about potentially permanently banning some patrons, depending if the situation allows it. But again, we're also open, and I would definitely want the kids to feel like they could use us. But in the same breath, we are a library. I always tell people, yes, we are a library, but we are also a public place, and we are a place of business. And you have a right to come here, but if you keep us from doing our business, then that is a problem.
Thank you. How do you foresee new technologies playing a role in the overall functionality of the library in the coming years?
Oh my gosh, I will say AI and ChatGPT is just huge right now. Working at Crafton, I'm a little familiar with it. One of our professors used it to come up with a list of topics for a psychology class. So definitely I see that playing more and more in a role. And of course, with new technology, I know people are going to want to come to the library to learn how to use it as well. We are also that tech help. So I definitely see that being more and more, whether, for example, if staff are using it to do collection development, having an automatic list made up for standing order as an example, or people coming in wanting to know how to use it. Just, hey, I want to plan a trip to Italy. I've heard ChatGPT is really great at planning. Can you put me on a computer and show me how to use this? I teach basic research at Crafton, and one of the things I always tell students, look, I know ChatGPT and AI are big right now. However, if you're doing your research for your project, talk with your professor before you use it. Because if you ever Google ChatGPT AI gone wrong, there's some great examples of people using it badly, like an attorney back east who used it to brief non-existent cases for his case, and I believe he got sanctioned. So I always tell students, with new technology, there's a right way and a wrong way to use it.
I want to follow up with that question. It's a real controversy at the high school right now. What's your opinion on teaching to our high school kids ChatGPT and usage?
Well, I think it's important for students to have knowledge of what is up and coming. I think that is really important. I don't have a problem with it. I'm okay with it, but I think it should be done with some sort of guidelines or boundaries or caveat of some sort, meaning, okay, we want you to know the basics. We're going to teach you the basics of it. But if you want to go further than that, that is on you. Can I ask why it is such a hot issue? Is it just, are they afraid the students are just going to run wild with it?
I'm not in the English department. I don't feel like I can comment on that.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries.
How do you handle challenges related to censorship, controversial materials, and programs?
That is such a hot button issue right now in libraries. Over the years, with any library I've ever worked at, we have a reconsideration policy in place. So that policy must be followed if I have a patron who is upset we have a book or wants to wonder why we have it or why did we buy it or challenge it. Depending on the library I was at, we would have paperwork for the patron to fill out to give us their information to explain why they didn't like the book or why they didn't want to see it in the collection. And then that would go to, for example, when I worked at Kings County, that probably would have gone to my director, who then would have gone to the County Board of Supervisors to make the decision, should the book be pulled or not. Here, I am guessing it would go to me, and I would take it to the board, and it would be the library board's decision if the book would be pulled or not. But the number one rule I understood, and I always told staff, was until a decision has been made about that book stays in the collection. We do not pull it off the shelf just because someone is not happy with it at the moment. There is a process that must be followed.
How do you balance intellectual freedom with community value?
Well, I think the two go hand in hand. People don't want to be told what to think or what to say or what they should read or what they shouldn't read. And especially, this community, from what I've read, from what I've seen, people love this community, and they don't want to be tied down. They don't want to be told what to do. And I think with that, with intellectual freedom and the community, it's kind of a give and take. Just because one person might not like something doesn't mean that they have the right to tell the entire community that it's not right for them. I'm a firm believer in there's two sides to everything. So let's have a discussion on it. Let's sit and see if we can see what each other is saying and maybe meet in the middle somehow. Or if not, there's no harm in saying, well, let's just agree to disagree and call it a day.
And the last part to that, provide an example of a challenge you have managed. Yeah.
A book challenge, or just a patron challenge, or a challenge in general?
In basically in the balance intellectual freedom and with the community.
When I was working at Beaumont, we had an adult graphic novel section, and I will admit some of them were probably, the covers were a little racy, but they were definitely on the adult side of the library, and our children and teen side was on the other side of the library. So we had a couple of them on display, and I had a mom who wasn't very happy about it. So I talked with her, and I said, this is our adult section. If you're that unhappy, let me give you the paperwork for the reconsideration policy. You can go ahead and you can fill it out. I'll bump it up to my director. She didn't want to do any of that. But she and I talked, and I said, I understand how, because it was on display, so you see it when you walked in. But I said, I'm sorry you feel this way, but let me take you down to our kids and teen graphic novels. We have all sorts of stuff down there that I think you will find appropriate for, for you, for your family, for your kid. And I think at some point, the display ended up being switched out, not because of that, but I think it was I forget what theme it was, but it was the end of that theme month. So we just ended up, it got switched out and things were okay. But I also knew I had to follow that reconsideration process as well.
Thank you.
Tell us about your experience developing and working with a budget, please.
When I was library director at the Holdridge Library, I did the budget for the entire year. Holdridge was funded by both the city of Holdridge and Phelps County. So I would go to my board with last year's budget and I would ask them, do you want to ask city and county for a 0%, a 1%, a 2%, or a 3% increase? Usually my board said 3%, so I would include that, and if I asked 3% from the city, I would ask 3% for the county. So that was personnel, collection development, insurance, all of it. Now, the only caveat was just because I asked for X amount from the city and from the county did not mean I was going to get that specific amount. So I would have to sit back and wait until I got the final numbers from both the city and the county. And then I would go back and put the numbers in and make sure everything, added up and everything was good. We definitely, when it comes to budget, at a lot of the libraries I've worked with, I'm used to doing stuff on a shoestring. So I try to always look for, no cost, low cost, ways to cut, things like that. And if I do have to make cuts, for example, when I was back in Holdridge, we had to come up with a 20% increase in our health insurance. I cut it from materials because I was always taught anytime you need to start making cuts, you start with materials.
How have you handled an unexpected necessary expense that was not included in the budget?
Oh my gosh. I think one year for summer reading program, things were a little thin. So we went ahead, we did ask our friends for support for summer reading program, which they were always very generous for, but then we also went around to the community to ask for donations, especially, we always have prizes for SRP for everybody. So we went around to some of the local businesses to ask if they'd be willing to donate to the library for that. And depending on the business they were, it just kind of depended. But we were able to get gift cards and things like that we were able to hand out, and people were happy.
Thank you. I have the next one. How would you determine staffing needs for services offered by the library, and how do you ensure that the staff workload is manageable?
As I said earlier, I'm a firm believer in cross-training, so I think it's really important that there's always someone who knows how to do something. Also, I think with the workload, it's what, in my mind, what the board wants comes first, what the county wants comes first. So I would want to, say for example, the board decided they wanted to give the library new carpet as an example. So I would want to work with staff on doing schedules so that, okay, let's work on get this schedule so we can do it when we're not open, but I need staff here to come and open the building if I couldn't do it, or if I could, I would definitely do it. But I would be looking at, all right, let's look at overtime, let's look at comp time, let's look at, okay, who's got vacation, who's not got vacation those days. I would never want to put anything on just one person either. I would really try to spread out jobs and things so that everyone had a piece, but also everyone would be coming together to get that job done too.
Thank you.
Tell us your experience working with friends or other
Of a library.
Over the years, when I was at the Kings County Library and at Beaumont and at Holdridge, I was the liaison for our Friends of the Library. So I would go to the Friends to ask them for funding for prizes. We had some adult reading challenges we wanted gift cards for. Obviously, summer reading program was another big one as well. Now, I also know with any of the friends groups I've worked with, just because I asked for funding did not mean I was going to get it. Our friends are a separate 501c3, and if they want to say no to something, they have a perfect right to. So I also knew what our friends would and wouldn't support. For example, I could never go to the friends and ask for money for personnel. But I could go and ask them for funds for, hey, we got this really great grant, but it's a $2,000 match. Would the friends be willing to pony up that $2,000 so we can finish this grant or complete this grant? When I was director at Holdridge, the library had a fund with the Phelps County Community Foundation, and the community had a giving day there, so I would talk with my board about what we wanted people to give money to the library for. For example, before I got there, the previous director had done it so they got a 3D printer. And I thought it was really neat because neither Kearney or Grand Island had a 3D printer, but Holdridge did. So when I was there, we asked for money for smoke detectors and carbon monoxide detectors for the building. We were in a 1906 Carnegie, and we were grandfathered in with ADA. So I did work with the foundation on paperwork with that. Also, a gentleman gave us $2 million in the foundation to potentially be used for a new building as well. So I have done that. I also did Carol's Kitchen in Beaumont. They are a food pantry. They also feed people. I did food for fines when the library had fines. We don't have fines anymore. But if you owed us $5 in late fees, bring us 5 cans of tuna and we would call it good.
Can you describe the most successful fundraising event you have organized, and what did you learn from that process?
Well, at the Holdridge Library, our mascot is Sam the Dragon. And Sam is this really neat dragon that the kids can climb up on and read him. He sits on top of his own little castle. And over the years, poor Sam, all the love he got, he was just falling apart. So I was able to, it was a small fundraiser. It was about $2,000. I put donation jars at the community businesses that had Sam's boxes. Those were boxes of kids' books at like the local chiropractor's office, the hospital, so that kids could sit and read. And then I forget who. I think it was a family member of Sam's creator who donated the rest of the money, so that we were able to fly Sam's creator over from England so she could give Sam the care and attention that he deserved. And Sam looked great, and the kids were so happy to see Sam stuffing was not falling out.
Thank you.
The library belongs to the Nevada Library Cooperative, a consortium of libraries which shares a catalog, materials, and other resources. What are the benefits and drawbacks of working with this type of organization? Describe your experience working with a cooperative.
I have worked with the cooperative twice in my career. When I was library manager at Kings County, we were part of the San Joaquin Valley library system. So I could take my Kings County card and I could use it from Kern County all the way up to Merced County. Also, I could request stuff from other libraries to be sent to me in Kings, and I could go to the library in Yosemite and return my book there, and it would go back to Kings. So it was a great resource. Also, in Holdridge, we were part of the Nebraska Library Commission. So we could do book club kits and things from them. And then we were part of the Republican Valley system, so we had a shared ILS, which was COHA. So the drawback to a shared system, though, is if it's a shared ILS and it goes down, it's down for everybody. So definitely, I got to learn to work with that, where on the days that happened, we'd be checking out by hand. With COHA in Holdridge, I knew how to put tickets in to get people to come out and try to fix it. But I think and I would also encourage people to use books from other libraries. For example, kids would come in on a Saturday, they've got a project, it's due Monday. Of course, all our books on the Pilgrims are checked out, for example. So I would say, hey, Kingsburg has this book. I can call Kingsburg and see if they'll hold it for you, but you've got to go down to Kingsburg and get it. And sometimes it was a yes and sometimes it was a no. But I loved working with a consortium. It definitely opened things up. Now, funding for a consortium was always an issue as well. When I was up at Kings County, there was talk of funding was going away for SJVLS. And they also talked about wanting to change our ILS as well. But as far as I know, it's still Cersei Dynex up there, so.
What is your experience writing and implementing library policy?
I've created several library policies over the years. When I was up at King's, I worked with our director on doing an unattended children's policy, patron behavior policy. When I was at Beaumont, I did, at Holdridge, I did a 3D printer policy. I also, at Beaumont, I helped our children's librarian update our unattended children's policy to kind of change it, make it a little better, a little more up to date than what it was. At Holdridge, I had tried to get my board to up our unattended children's policy. At the time, kids 7 could come into the library, and being from Southern California, I thought that was a little young, but my board assured me it was a Nebraska thing and it would be fine. So I didn't move forward with it because the board was like, no, we don't want to do that. I also, yes, I've just done several policies over the years.
Describe your ideal working arrangement that you would like to see between the library director and the library board of trustees.
Well, first of all, my job as director, I am there to keep the board happy. That is my #1 job. And I work at the discretion of the board. So I definitely want to be sure I'm doing what the board wants me to do. But I also want an open communication with the board. I want, one of the things, when I worked for my board in Nebraska, one of the things I always appreciated was they said, you know, we will back you in public. If you mess up, we will tell you in private. That's one thing I always appreciated with that board. But also I like the fact that working with the library board, you have people from different jobs, different things in their lives. And that's helpful for me because it also helps me to learn about the community. But then I was also able to teach my board in Nebraska that, well, no, this is, you know, this is how it's done for libraries. For example, my board didn't think we should get R-rated movies because they thought it was the library's job to protect kids. And I explained to my board at the time, I said, no, that is not our job. We are here to provide what our patrons want. And, you know, our patrons have been asking, our adults have been asking for more and more R-rated movies. They want stuff they can watch. So the board and I had a conversation about it, and we were able to get to the point where they're like, yeah, you're right, let's go ahead, you can go ahead and order them, it's fine. But I would also want to see the board at the library. I would want to see the board, you know, come in, get a library card, come and use our computers, or just come in and see what we have going on that day. Just so I can see that, you know, it would make me feel like the board was taking an active role as well, because I know sometimes with boards, they're over here and the library's over here, and they're like ships passing in the night sometimes.
I have a follow-up on it as well. Tell us about your experience working with oversight boards in the past. Now, you already started giving us some, but if there's anything.
Oh, of course. Well, as I said, I had a 10-member governing board I worked with for Holdridge. 5 were city, 5 were county. When it came to appointing board members, if I had a board member leave, I would send the name of the person to the city or to the county, and then I would go to the meeting and they would put it on the agenda, and they would usually say, yay, it's yes, they would go ahead and appoint that person. I also worked for, at Beaumont, we had a governing board. I didn't work a lot with them, but they were a 5-member governing board. Kings County, we had an advisory board that I would work with occasionally. And our advisory board, you know, we would do, one of the things I remember doing when I covered out at the branches was writing monthly reports on what went down and what happened at the branches. So sometimes I would go to the advisory board with those reports to let them know what was going on in the branches, you know, what programs were done that month, how many people came for programs, or, you know, hey, we've been working really hard weeding the collection at Stratford, things like that. Working with the governing board, I also knew with the Open Meetings Law and the Brown Act as well. Working with the Open Meetings Law in Nebraska, our board meetings were open to the public, but if it was personnel, then it was a closed session. Also with the Brown Act, if it was personnel, it would be closed session as well. Also, I knew as the director, I had to be sure the agenda was posted, I believe, 72 hours before the meeting, whether, I believe I did it both on the bulletin board at the library and online to be sure both were covered, so people knew. What else did I do with boards? I would do the monthly board meetings. I would go and keep the board appraised of what was going on at the library. Working at Holdridge with the board, I had permission to pay bills early. Our board, I did not need to sit with the board and go, hey, can I get permission to pay? So we would go over all of that after it was paid. I could sign checks, but I did have to have a board member signature on the check with me. And of course, I believe as well as director, for a fixed asset, I could approve up to $5,000, but any more than that, I had to have board's approval for it.
Thank you.
Just a little correction. Maybe Chris can help me with this. This board is, if there's a problem, we don't do it one-to-one. We do it in open meeting. Is that not right, Chris?
So that's correct. So if a person is talking one-to-one with a board member, that board member is not representing the board. That board member is a person of the public. And so it has to be construed that way. So if the library director is talking to a board member and they say, this is how we want to do it, has to be known that that is not the board's directive. That is a comment made by a person from the public.
Thank you. How do you ensure open and productive communication between the board, county departments, state library, staff, and the public?
Well, I'm a firm believer in open communication. If I think it's something everyone needs to know, I will let them know. Now, if it is confidential or a sticky situation or something that not everyone needs to know about, I would definitely use discretion. Let the people know who need to know, but no one else needs to know, depending on the situation. For me, even if there have been times where it's like, well, I don't know, does this person need to know about it? And just to be safe, I'm going to include them on the email or on the phone call or on the letter, just in case, so I know that it's covered. And maybe they didn't need to know, but I would rather hedge my bet on that, so to speak, than, oh, I was supposed to tell you about that? Oh, whoops. So, working with the county library, I would always talk with different county departments, whether it was programs or question about what that department had for the public. For example, I did a lot of social services when I was up in Kings County. We would have a lot of people come to the library wanting social services, behavioral health, things like that. So not only were we giving out that information, but we'd also be calling them going, hey, I have a patron here. They need help with X, Y, and Z. Can I send them to you guys? Do they need to make an appointment with you guys? I just think it's really important to have that open communication, but I also have learned over the years, when I need to tell someone and when I don't need to tell someone.
Thank you.
Describe an issue you have experienced with an employee that required disciplinary action. How did you handle it, and what was the outcome?
When I was library manager at Kings County, I got an email from my librarian at Corcoran who let me know that the police came in and asked for patron information, and he went ahead and gave them patron information. Our number one rule is that we do not give out patron information. The only way patron information can be handed out is if there's a court order. And even then with that, it had to go to our director and then to, I believe, county board. Well, the minute he did it, he knew he shouldn't have done it. So I immediately got the information from him, bumped it up to my director, who bumped it up to HR. It was a missing persons case. So the police were trying to find this missing person in Corcoran. So after my director bumped it to HR, I got on the phone with my employee and I said, look, this will not happen again. I know you were trying to help them. I understand it, but this is our number one policy. This will not happen again. You will not do this again. I'm documenting this conversation. HR's been notified, our director's been notified, and he was terrified. He thought he was going to be fired. But I also said, look, this is your first time doing this. Again, this is one time only. If it happens again, then, that is a different story. So I documented all of that, and then I also sent up a follow-up email to the rest of the staff. Just, hey guys, here's a friendly reminder. If law enforcement or whoever comes in wanting patron information, here's the policy and procedure that we must follow. That way, I don't ever, that way it didn't feel like one person was being singled out for this situation. And I will say after all of that, the good news is they did find the gentleman, and no harm or foul came to the county because of it.
How do you ensure a diverse and up-to-date collection that meets the needs of your community or our community?
I'm sorry?
Our community rather than your.
Okay. No. Well, first of all, definitely it's seeing what's in the news. If it's Oprah's book club pick, then I know I have to get a copy of it because everyone's going to be coming in going, Oprah talked about this book on her show. We have to have it. Also, definitely standing order. Anything with James Patterson, he is huge. And, he churns out a book like every 2 weeks. And if I didn't have the man on standing order, we'd never keep up. Also, a library with collection development, definitely there's the collection development policy to follow, but I'm a firm believer in having a little something for everybody. Again, patrons might not like some of the stuff that's in the collection, but we have to have it there for a reason. We serve the community as a whole. And if you don't like it, you don't have to read it. You can just pass it on by on the shelf. But it's also, if patrons come in and talk about particular books, and definitely, for example, if a movie's being made about a book. I know right now Colleen Hoover is huge with the movie that came out about It Ends With Us as an example. So definitely over the years, if it's turned into a TV movie, big screen movie, then definitely we want to be sure to have copies of that book because patrons are going to want to come in and read it. Also, if something, it might be something that's all of a sudden hit the news again. I remember after Salinger died, we couldn't, we had to buy more copies of Catcher in the Rye because everyone wanted to read it after his death. So sometimes stuff like that comes around too, where you've got to get a few more copies. Or I've also worked with schools where the English department may say, hey, you're going to have 60 sophomores coming in and they all need a copy of The Grapes of Wrath. What can you do about that? Not that we would necessarily buy 60 copies because we don't have the shelf space or the budget, but we'd be able to maybe purchase a few more and then talk with the consortium, or definitely e-materials as well. Libby is great. Libby is fantastic, especially with replacements for books. Sometimes it is easier to do a replacement as an ebook rather than the actual book, because sometimes the actual book may be out of print and you can't get it.
I have the last question from us. We believe we are interviewing several qualified applicants for this position. We have an important decision to make. What is the one thing we will regret the most if we do not choose you for the position?
Oh my gosh, I don't think anyone's ever asked me that before. I am not afraid to get my hands dirty. I'm not afraid to step in and do the job and work side by side with staff. Looking at this position, I feel like this is something I can easily step into, and I'm very excited about it. And I feel like I have the skills and the expertise to do this job, but I've also had some very unique experience over the years with libraries as well. And I feel like I can bring that to the table as well with this job. I've definitely had unique experience more with social services and emergency situations and some extreme things that have happened. But it's taught me I'm ready for anything. So I feel like this is something that I'm able to walk into, and I'm not afraid to walk into it.
Thank you. So that completes our questions. What questions do you have for us?
Well, I was wondering what the next step about the process was, but I was also wondering, I read the job description, but what is the board's expectation for this job? I mean, it's one thing to see everything that needs to be done, but what are the expectations? What is it you guys want to see from this person in this job?
Well, procedurally, we'll deliberate today, and then we will make some decisions, and we will direct the county to move forward. And so, we've got some thinking to do, and then we'll let you know as soon as we can. For things that we want, I think all of my fellow board members have a lot of opinions that they can bring in on this, but I personally am looking for someone who can engage with this community and keep those programs going. Our community really needs our library. And I am looking for someone who doesn't mind leading from the floor and working shoulder to shoulder with the community partners and with the staff and patrons of the library. So I think that all of those things stand you in good stead.
Is there,
I personally want this person to be someone that's out in our community and somebody says, hey, that's our new library director. And somebody next to him said, yeah, she's great. That's what I want our community to say.
I think one of the top things I like to see in a new library director is is open communication with the board and with the employees at the library, and I think that is one of the major things. Plus, I echo the other trustees too.
My mic was on, sorry. I agree with all the other trustees, and I want to see open door policy and open communication with your staff and us being treated as a community and not, well, I'm the boss and what I say goes. I want us to all be able to give our opinions and, be okay with each other. When our opinions don't match up, don't just be okay and we all leave and are fine with the decision that has been made. I would also like to see more programs for the kids to try to help with the students that are coming over. That's another thing I would like the director to do.
Now, Allison, I saw you starting to ask a question. We don't want to cut you off, so what else can we?
I didn't want to interrupt you guys. I wanted to ask, I know you've talked about the kids and library programming. Is there anything you guys would like to see this library do that is like, wow, our library is doing this before Carson City or Reno or something like that?
That is such a great question. And I think given the situation that we're in right now, there were a diversity of programs that were starting or were well established, and that now we are at a leaner staffing level than we have been. So I think our first priority is to get that library sustainable and healthy, and to be a resource that our community can turn to. And then I think that all of the things that you were starting to articulate out about listening to the community and taking their temperature and asking what their needs are starts to become appropriate there. We can get competitive, and I know we will, but I think those are our first priorities. And no one's arguing with me yet, so. Do you have any other questions that you'd like to ask us?
No, those were all my questions.
Those were good ones. Thank you for those. So we will be making our decisions soon, and we will reach right out to you as soon as we have that information. So
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to say I'm thrilled to have this opportunity. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm just thrilled to have made it this far. So thank you so much.
All right, so that gives us a chance to take our final break. Let's take about a 15-minute break to collect ourselves, and then we'll come back in for discussion and deliberation.
So we'll start right
with the other members of the board. Is 15 minutes enough, or do we want a little more? 15 minutes seems to be
Okay.
good, so 20 minutes to 3.
Thank you.
Okay. We've had our 15-minute break, and we can reconvene. For the record, the trustees that are present are Sari Kohler, Ryan Swerzik, Jessica Rowe, and Sue Segura. We are now to the agenda item of discussion, deliberation, and selection of candidate to hire as the Churchill County Library Director. And at this point, let's have that discussion.
I'd like to start, Chairman. I've served on a lot of interview committees in my 40 years of education, and the cream does come to the top. I was extremely impressed with the first female that we interviewed, Kathy. I think what hit me the most is she has the kind of communication skills that we need for that library right now. Her integrity, honesty, transparency, her experience in communication, it just, as far as I'm concerned, topped with the 3 candidates that we interviewed. She's passionate about a library. Probably another thing that really hit me was teaching the skills of being a librarian. You know, I know as she teaches college, if in fact we hire new staff, she'll be able to teach, train, and follow through. The due process, the example that she gave, I know a lot of people that write goals, but then they're afraid to follow up. Not only did she say, I'm going to write goals, but we're going to meet that afternoon to see if we get those goals. I think that I would recommend Kathy Thorson, is that how you say her name, Chris? For our new library director. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Sue. I think one of the things that we are going to be doing in this discussion is we're going to try to rank our candidates and get a group of them. Chris, did you want to say something before I went further here?
Yes, please. So typically in an interview setting, any interview setting we do, I, at this point in time, will collect the packets, and I will write down everybody's score, and then we'll get a total, and that way at least we'll have a ranking that you guys can start with. So if you don't mind, I will come and grab those right now and do. That's fine. Yeah, as long as your name and their name is on it, that's fine. And I will do the math while you guys are deliberating. Now, what I will do is I will see all the scores, but I'm not going to tell you guys what the individual scores is. I'm just going to give you a total of what all 4 of them are together. Well, you guys continue on with whatever conversations you want to have. I'll let you know when I'm done.
I was not sure where our procedure was going to go from there, Chris, so thank you for letting us know. If we want to be housing some of our insights and our impressions while we're doing it, but I think that one of the things for procedure is that our goal for today is to rank the candidates and then to give the tools to HR to follow that procedure through. Is there anything else that anybody would like to add to those goals? Okay. Then let's go ahead and start some of that deliberation.
Do we need to make a motion for HR to take our recommendations and move forward? No?
No, I think you're fine proceeding this way. Chris will add those up, and you're welcome to proceed now with discussion. You can wait for those numbers to kind of see where they're tiered or not, however the board wants to proceed, but no, you're fine not doing a motion this time.
I would have to agree some with Trustee Segura on Kathy, but I don't believe she has everything that I'm looking for in a new director. I think Allison has more to offer. She has more experience working with boards. She has more experience with the budgets. She almost has. She's well-rounded, and has been in developing more programs, and but that's how right now that's how I feel on those two, and I think, and then if I give you my opinion on Vanna, I just think that she just doesn't have the knowledge and experience like the other two.
I think that we were presented with 3 very good candidates that would have been qualified for the position. I do really appreciate how much that they gave us today. I think each of them are very different candidates and that they have very different personalities and ways of representing themselves. And I think that that is also something that I really appreciate, having that variety. I do concur that Vanna is very knowledgeable. She has a lot of things that would be really interesting to see here, but I also believe that she's an investment candidate, that she'd be one that would be growing in her role here and would benefit from strong mentoring, where the other 2 candidates that we saw, both at the beginning and the end, had some direct examples of experiences or memories or situations where they could call on that and demonstrate how they'd been through that. And so I think that that, for me, was very compelling.
I think Vanna has great potential. I don't necessarily think she's ready for this position here at Churchill County Library. Allison and Kathy, I think, were both great. I loved Kathy and how boisterous she was and how exciting she was. But I loved Allison too, because she was kind of not as boisterous, but more, okay, I've been here, I've done this, and this is how we can proceed. I was greatly impressed by when we asked her about how she handled the disciplinary action on an employee. She was able to give a very specific, but she also showed me with that statement that it wasn't just, you did wrong, you need to be punished. It was, oh man, you made a mistake, but this was your first time. So that shows me that she's very compassionate toward others and not just her staff. I think that would bleed into her patrons or the trustees also.
Are you ready with those totals, Chris?
Yes, I am. And so I'm not going to give scores. There was clearly 2 front runners, and I think I've heard that in the discussions from the Board of Trustees. The first and second position are 3 points apart, which is pretty good. But the person that came out on top was Allison. and 3 points ahead of Kathy. And again, those two were the front runners. So, yeah, those are the numbers.
I think I think that that is something that we can be comfortable with. I think that both Allison and Kathy provided us with a lot of evidence of how they could serve us in the library. I hear what Trustee Swerzik is saying about the feel of experience. I think that the materials for both of Kathy and Allison provided us with a lot of evidence of experience in the field that we would need to see. I think that the communication styles were just a little bit different. I love what Sue is seeing in an educator mentality and growing people to create pathways into library science. And I noticed that as well, and I thought that that was really strong. I also loved from Allison that we were seeing a great deal of very specific instances that allowed us to imagine what she would be doing when she was faced with those things. Both of them had strong responses when they were talking about the middle school and how they would deal with our youth. Both of them had strong responses about how they would deal with our adult population, which often tends to take a back seat when we talk about child services in the library and this idea of diverse learning. I deeply appreciated that they were relating the diversity of learning to a variety of different people in our communities and a variety of different programs that might fit them. So I'm comfortable with our rankings if we are comfortable with those rankings. And I genuinely hope to see more from Vanna in the future.
I'd like to hear public comment.
We will have a spot for public comment. I agree, Sue. So as soon as we are satisfied with deliberation and before we take on action, there is a space for us to have some public comment, and I think that that would be appropriate. So is there anything else that we want to add to this deliberation or this consideration before we move to public comment?
I don't have anything.
I just want to go on record that my choice is Kathy with her communication style. I really think that's what would fit in Churchill County.
Do you have anything else that you want to add, or?
No, I don't. Thank you.
All right. I just, again, on record, I think we were presented with some very, very strong candidates. And with that, I'd love to open it up for public comment, because the members of the public are definitely going to be experiencing this person, and I'd love to hear what they have to say.
Yeah.
Two very strong candidates, and I was thinking they both have their own, strengths and weaknesses. I kind of liked, what was her name, Kathy's enthusiasm, and she just sounded ready to go. I like that. And Allison, she gave such clear answers about what her experience was and how it would help her to develop programs here and encounter situations that she had dealt with before. So, I like both of them a lot. And I'm just thinking about, how she would fit in here in our library. And I think either one of them would, so it's a difficult, decision for you. But thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. It's a good problem to have, isn't it? Do we have any other members of the public that would like to have a chance to be part of the deliberation or to make a comment here? Okay.
My name is Maddie Cerna, and I spend a lot of time at the library with and without my children. And I'm really excited because, as I think there's been some agreement on, I think all three of the candidates are really good. I think they would all be an asset to our library and our community. I do want to say that I think Vanna, you mentioned a growth, I think there was something really neat about bringing somebody who would be sort of growing and learning with the community and with the other librarians there. And I wouldn't want her to be counted out too early. But as I said, I think all three did well and would be good. So I think my main point is that I'm excited because I think all three of them would lead the library in a very positive direction.
Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate that. And I agree. There were many things that Vanna gave us that were very impressive. Is there anybody else that would like to take a chance to comment?
My name is Doris Dwyer, and I'm a longtime resident of this county. And I do think they all had something to offer. I think they all interviewed pretty well. I think this library at this moment needs somebody with a lot of experience who's dealt with a lot of diverse situations. And I felt that Kathy most fulfilled that. And another thing that nobody's mentioned yet, she's really thinking ahead about her own life. And when she talked about she'd like to retire in Nevada, that said to me she's looking for a long-time position. I think it suggests that she wouldn't be looking for another job very soon. And I think we need somebody who's willing to make a long-time commitment. And from what they all said, I mean, it wasn't a direct question for them, but that told me that she fit that bill. So.
I appreciate that, Doris. Is there anyone else that would like to step in on comment? Not at this time? All right. So we'll close for public comment. I think for me, one of the key things that I thought was very important with the candidates that we were listening to is that for each of them, I could start to imagine forward the way that they would work in that library and the parts of the priorities that they would lean into and prize, and then how they would go about doing it. I think that for me, the difference between the first candidate and the last candidate comes down in some ways to the way that they represented and their communication. I think that both of them gave me a lot of things that were hopeful in being able to imagine how they would help with the library and how they could take us from here. So I actually ranked them very, very similarly. I thought that they both gave us a lot of positive things. And so listening to how my board how we as a board have kind of come to that conclusion is very interesting to me. Is there anything else that we want to add to the discussion before we decide to go forward on this?
I'd like to hear every person on this board, who their choice is. I was real close, too, on my ratings, extremely close. And I just have a strong feeling about Kathy and her communication skills and what exactly I think our community needs.
So, what do you want our numbers? What we ranked them as? What are you asking for?
I'm asking for a motion to you want me to put the motion in place and see if it gets second?
Will it be up to the chair if the chair wants to call for a motion at this time, or there's more discussion?
Help me, I think part of what I'm understanding is that two of the board members have said that they have a strong preference for Allison, and then the reasons behind it. And then for me, I feel like both of these candidates would serve us very, very well, and would yield us different things. And then you have a strong preference for the one candidate over the other. And so I think that the next step that we have is to rank out our candidates and direct HR who to pursue with the offer. And if that offer is not successful, to go ahead and pursue the next candidate in the ranking. I think that we're pretty clear on having two candidates in the ranking there. Do we need more deliberation on that as a board?
I don't think, well, I mean, the deliberation is up to you, but for me, I'm going to need a little bit more instruction as to A, who to pursue, B, what the limitations are in terms of negotiating the step, and 3, at what point, if that step is not accepted, do we revert, or do we go to applicant number 2 or candidate number 2, sorry, and then again, where to negotiate there. I'm just bringing this up now because I forgot to before. If the applicant does request a step over and above step number 1, in the eyes of the county, that's considered an advanced step placement and needs to go in front of the Board of County Commissioners for approval. So in terms of closing out this recruitment, that's just one more little hurdle that we have to go through, should it come to that. So, and again, I just need a little bit of direction from the board. If somebody says, well, I want to be a 10, a step 10, does that then mean, okay, that's not what, and I'm just making this, these are just general statements that I'm making. Please do not construe these as, but if somebody says, I need this as a step 10, is that a deal breaker, and we go to applicant number 2, and then, applicant number 2 says, well, I want a step 10. Well, now we're kind of in the same boat we were with the first one, and if that's the one we really wanted, I just need to work, and I'll sit down with Jeff if, push comes to shove if that happens. But I can't make any decisions until you guys authorize me to do that. So,
Thank you for that. To the advice that you've given us on our budget and what we have, we are healthy at a step 2. That would not put any strain on our budget. So I think that it is comfortable for me to allow HR to, or us to allow HR to negotiate at a 1 and a 2. If we have to go outside of that, you've advised us in some ways that there are really good ways that we possibly could, though we need to be good partners with our county that is helping us with the budget, and we recognize that as we step out of what we've already gotten budgeted, we will have to go before the commission in order to get those things approved. And so reasonably, we could try to make a swing for that on a couple more steps, but step 10 is probably outside of our pocketbook. Step 8 is probably outside of our pocketbook.
And again, that was just I was trying to make a point of how we could end up being in a situation. And the library director position is budgeted at a step 2. However, I just want to point out there was some savings in terms of wages between July 8th and now with some of the open and vacant positions that we've had. I can't tell you this very moment, and shame on me for not being prepared, Whether that would be an additional one-step increase in terms of dollar value, or 2 or 3, but there was some savings in terms of wages for the vacant positions. And again, it was only 2 months, by the time this is a hire, maybe 2.5. But if I were to guess, it might be a step or 2.
That gives us some clarity. So we've got the 2 steps without any concern, possibility of 2 more after HR has done its due diligence and looks over the budget, with the understanding that that would take an approval from the commission. With great experience comes great wage request and increase, and it's absolutely appropriate that they ask for what their value is. So those things are meaningful. We can rank and see if we can get within those 4 steps, and if we cannot, move on to the next candidate and try to be fiscally responsible and sound here, knowing that there are going to be several programs that we'd like to run this year too, right?
I just need a clarification. Jessica, you said that 2 were for one and 2 were for the other?
So to my understanding, and Chris can correct me, in our currently approved budget.
No, I know that. What I'm talking about is the candidate. Are all 3 of you wanting to go with Allison? Or am I the only one wanting to go with Kathy?
Full disclosure on my rankings, and I don't mind putting them out there, both Kathy and Allison ranked the same. Both of them were very high. I thought that they were both excellent candidates for the library, and both had different visions. So for me, I am comfortable going with the will of the majority on the board within those 2 candidates.
With me, I was just 2 points away with Kathy and Allison. They were both exceptional candidates, and I just ranked Allison a little bit higher because it's the compassion thing that really stuck out to me. That's the only reason I ranked her higher.
I've already, I've ranked mine, and I've already explained how I ranked mine, and at this, if I have no problems going with, the score sheets it ranks the way it gives a clear way for Chris to. It has gives Chris a clear path to extend offers.
Madam Chair, if I may, I've got another meeting I need to get to, and after deliberation here, I guess, in prior, some county commissioners have given their input on what they thought of the candidates. I have no voting power on this for the public, but I'm just here to represent the county on this matter. So, in my opinion, we're kind of at a critical time in the library where I think we need someone that is experienced, someone that knows where they want to go to. They've handled a plethora of problems, a plethora of things. You can be enthusiastic, and I think all the candidates were, but I'm really after someone that has experience. And so for that reason, I really liked Allison. She kind of ranked the highest. I didn't have the same ranking system as you guys did, but she covered the most ground, the most wide swath of area out of all those people that we interviewed. Kathy was also great. I think no matter what, you guys have a hard decision between those 2, but for me, Allison's experience really spoke out. And also I wanted to mention too, on Vanna's interview, I really liked the way that you said she's an investment. And that's especially someone else being so young. It's something that I think the library could use if we were in a better position, we weren't moving around like we are, where you have someone that can take that and turn it into their whole entire life career and develop something that would be such a benefit for this community. So I just wanted to highlight Vanna as well on that one.
I really appreciate that, Miles. That was really helpful. I think we'd be lucky to have any of these candidates accept working with us. I think that they all convinced me that they deeply cared and that they were interested, and I think that if they accept, we'd really appreciate them.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
I think that what you're saying shows in the numbers of what the board has done, and I think that that is a soft vote that we've done with the ranking. So does HR need a motion for us to proceed with that and get the votes on there? Does the board feel more comfortable taking this as a motion?
Yeah, I think the board would need to make a motion, and you could do it in a couple ways. You could do one motion and just rank the candidates of how you want HR to proceed, and then talk about all the specifics and go down that route. Or you could lump it all together, but it may be good to have your candidate and then talk about the specifics.
All right, so hearing that legal advice, I'd love to entertain a motion on the ranking of the candidates that we are going to put forward to HR.
What were the total scores again, Chris?
I didn't give the total scores purposely, but there was a difference. And again, it's out of 25, there's 4 of you, so it's out of 100. There was a difference of 3 points between number 1 and number 2.
I'll make a motion that the library director candidates are ranked number 1, Allison Payton, number 2, Kathy Thornson, and number 3, Vanna Bells.
And I would entertain a second.
I second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Let's take it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Excellent. So
Nay.
we have 3 ayes to 1 nay, and the motion carries. So the second motion that we have, as directed by our legal, is to give HR the latitude to approach the candidates in the order that we have set forward, and to negotiate with them on making the offer, determining a start date that is mutually agreeable to the county and to the library, and to designate a salary line. One thing we have not discussed is when we would like to see that start date happen. In my opinion, we would like to have that candidate start as soon as they are able, in order to take some pressure off of our interim director, but that HR may be in a better position to have that conversation with the candidate and with our interim director than we are. And so I'm comfortable giving HR the latitude to do that. How does the rest of the board feel on this?
I agree with that.
Any concerns? Okay, so is there anything else that HR needs in our direction than what we've already given?
No. The start date plays an important role in this. And the reason I bring this up is if candidate number 1 agrees to a salary that's within the range you're authorizing me to negotiate, but that start date is 60 days away, do we go to, that's not a step, that's not a salary, do we then, because of the time frame, go to candidate number 2, who also agrees to the step within range 1 to 4, but has a starting date of 2 weeks or less time than that? So that would really be the only thing I would want some clarification on. Is there a trigger in terms of time that would preclude that number 1 candidate from being pursued?
In my mind, and the rest of the board can jump in as well, I don't want to take all of this conversation, but in my mind, that time and how much time we have comes down to how much patience we have from our current interim director. She has articulated that she is happy to help us for as long as we need her to, but she would very much like to be able, for all of the reasons that she went into retirement, to go back into retirement. And so if 60 days would try her patience to the extent that we would no longer have that interim director, that is too long. we have to strike a strong balance between what we can do and where our resources will continue to work with us.
I also agree 60 days is too long. If I've applied for a job in a certain state, I've probably had the whole process going in my mind. I've got my letter ready, given them 10 days, 2 weeks, and I probably have a plan.
I think 60 days is probably a little bit long, but I would probably go at least 30 days due to the fact, especially if they're out of state, they have to move. And with, if they have a house, they got to sell, they got to move up this way. So I think at least 30 days would be my minimum on that.
And I think that falls within the conversationally articulated range of what we already have. I mean, I think what I'm hearing from the board, and the board can correct me, is 60 is too long. We need somebody sooner than that. That 30 is fine. If they need 35, that's not so far that we're going to have a hard time with it. But we'll leave it in HR's hands to make something that will be mutually agreeable.
I've renewed my notes from the first interview, and I think we will be okay.
That sounds excellent. So let's take that to a motion, agreeing to allow HR to make the offer, to designate a salary, and to designate a mutually agreed upon start date, and act on our behalf in this.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion. If I forget anything, make sure you... So I make a motion that we allow HR to negotiate the wage between the step between 1 and 4, starting with with number 1 in the ranking and going from and proceeding after that if they don't to proceed with the rankings that we made motion on, and and start date within 30 days of the day they accept the position. And to make the offer to the candidate, to the top candidate.
Thank you. Trustee Swerzik, you are an absolute hero. Do we have a second for that motion? Okay, so we have the motion and the second. We can entertain a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Hearing no nays, the motion carries. So at this point, our business seems to be, what have you got?
Yeah, I have Chris Sprouse for the record. I just have one thing to add on the 30 days. Should this have to go to the Board of County Commissioners for an advanced step placement approval, that could delay that. But I'm just putting this in your minds so that 40 days from now, if that person is not sitting at their desk, that is likely why. Now, I intend to be at your next board meeting to give you at least an update of where we are through the process, if we're not having somebody sitting beside me that happens to be a library director. So,
do we need to take another motion to amend it to include that information, or can we
Well, as I understand the motion right now, that the authorization is to give the job offer, and then they need to accept, or they need a start date within 30 days of that acceptance. And so that I guess it depends when they accept, right? If it's contingent on, hey, we need to bring this before the Board of County Commissioners to get the approval for a higher step, and it'll be contingent accepted. I think that still fits within the board's motion that, okay, it's 30 days within, it's been approved, they've accepted it, however that works. And so that's how I understand it at this point. You can correct me if I've misheard anything, but if it's going to prolong it, I think it's still okay because they're not going to accept it until the approval of that.
So
step.
you're correct. The way I see that is I'm going to be taking it to the board if somebody has agreed to it. Now, it's not 100% agreement until the board approves it, but at least there's some comfort that, yes, I have agreed to this step. You're taking it to the board. I would not feel comfortable taking something to the board that I didn't think could muster an approval. And so I think there's some comfort in knowing that the offer has been extended, it has been accepted at a certain step, and now we're just going through some of the motions of taking it to the board and getting that final approval. So,
As explained, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, thank you. Is there any other need from the board on this? Everybody's doing no, we're good. All right. So I think at that point, good work today, everybody. We can call for adjournment. It is 3.
Well, yeah, one more public comment. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see it up there. My bad. I'm sorry. So one more opportunity for public comment, if anybody wants to jump in on that. Didn't mean to cut you off. Hearing none from the public, now we can call for adjournment, and it is 3:22. Meeting adjourned.